guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah have conducted airstrikes against each other. The cross-border tensions elevated since Israel launched its war in Gaza have led to fears of a wider regional conflict. Sarah Coates reports from Tel Aviv.
The head of Hezbollah said that we planned to hit key IDF intelligence bases near Tel Aviv, but delayed the attack to give Gaza talks a chance, adding that Katyusha rockets were fired to distract Israel's Iron Dome and other defense systems to allow for drones to enter Israeli airspace. The Israeli military has announced that a naval ship that was sitting just off the coast was hit. It's unclear whether this was a part of a drone or whether this was shrapnel from the Iron Dome missile defense system, but it has resulted in the death of one soldier.
Ukraine says Russia's launched several missiles and drones targeting parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. Russia says it continues to fight against the Ukrainian incursion of its Kursk region and that at least 6 civilians were killed in Ukrainian attacks in Russia's Belgorod region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Russia says it continues to strike the Ukrainian military in its Kursk region as well as in Ukraine's border areas. The MOD reported on Sunday that it repelled the Ukrainian attacks on the direction of Komarovka, Malaya Loknya, Nechayev and Cherkasska-Porechne in the Kursk region. It also continues the reconnaissance and search operations to identify and destroy Ukrainian groups in the area. Meanwhile, the Russian troops struck Ukraine's military and manpower in the Sumy region. The MOD says Ukraine lost 300 troops in the Kursk region over the past 24 hours, bringing the total number of military casualties over 5,800.
Africa will receive its first batch of Mpox vaccines this week. Leon Sanyange reports.
10,000 vaccines will be used to tackle a dangerous Clade 1B, a new variant of Mpox. The vaccines were donated by the United States. Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo will be the first African countries to receive the vaccines after they granted regulatory approval. International agencies have come under fire for failure to provide the continent with the Mpox vaccines, which have already been distributed to over 70 countries outside Africa. The recent Mpox outbreak was declared a global health emergency after the new variant began to spread from the Democratic Republic of Congo into neighboring African countries. Since January, the Democratic Republic of Congo has reported over 27,000 suspected cases and 1,100 deaths, mostly among children.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at last week's Democratic Party convention in Chicago and what it tells us about Kamala Harris's likely approach to foreign policy if the Vice President wins the keys to the Oval Office in November. Her speech last Thursday was thin on policy details, both with relation to domestic and global issues. But Anne-Marie Slaughter, the former head of the State Department's policy planning team in the Obama administration, says the speech offered some clues.
She segued from I stand for freedom for women to determine their bodies, freedom for, in terms of civil rights and all Americans to have an equal shot, and right into, and I stand for freedom in the world. I stand for the United States against tyranny. What you didn't hear was the Biden democracies versus autocracies dimension. It was much more personal. It was Putin's a tyrant. And we know where we stand against tyrants. And again, she listed the autocrats. She made that crack about Donald Trump doesn't stand up to them because he wants to be one. But I was very struck that here was a Democratic candidate. And what I came away with was strength and freedom and patriotism.
She spoke to Foreign Policy magazine. Whether Kamala Harris puts any meat on the very bare bones of that policy will be one of the stories to follow as the US election campaign advances. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah have conducted airstrikes against each other. Ukraine says Russia launched several missiles and drones targeting parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. And Africa will receive its first batch of Mpox vaccines this week. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm
you very much, Josh Malloy. 1,000 miles. Well, stick a fork in it. The weekend, that is. It's over. Everybody now begins planning for the big end of summer weekend, Labor Day weekend. Got the numbers from AAA and the Transportation Service Administration, the TSA said they're looking for Labor Day weekend to, in all likelihood, be the busiest Labor Day travel weekend they've ever had, as far as airline travel is concerned. Peak day for air travel, busiest day in the skies, expected to be next Friday, August 30th. Not surprised. A lot of folks been traveling this summer. Oh, speaking of summertime, it's back. We really did transition from very fall-like conditions much of last week. Summer is back. Outside the secret bunker, clear skies and 73 degrees as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Welcome into a Monday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hunkered down again in the secret bunker. Everybody set for the greatest day of the week. Hope you had a good weekend. It was a great weekend for outdoor activities in our area. Finally, an opportunity for some folks to maybe get back out in the pool. There's a few days of pool weather left in our area, and our friends in the Northeast, you're going to be back to pool weather. We actually have heat advisories and excessive heat warnings back in place in areas we have not seen the heat for several weeks. Yeah, we're talking excessive heat warnings all the way up into southern portions of Minnesota, northwestern Wisconsin, much of eastern Iowa, northwest Illinois. Excessive heat watches for maybe like Tuesday and Wednesday, extending to much of Indiana into portions of Ohio as this heat's going to continue to expand to the east. So yes, indeed, this just in. It's still summertime. Mother Nature going to be making that clear in the Midwest through the early part of this week. Temperatures soaring well into the 90s and even triple-digit territory in some areas over the next few days. That will be accompanied by higher humidity as well. So the heat index will be between 100 and 105 for millions of people. It'll also fuel rounds of powerful thunderstorms along the edge of that hottest weather throughout midweek this week. Now, the extreme heat that toppled some all-time records in Texas last week had begun to expand north through the plains as we started the weekend. It indeed arrives in the north-central states as we roll into a Monday, closing out the weekend. Those excessive heat warnings kick in at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Central Time. The difference between this heat and the weather over the past few weeks is nothing short of drastic. We had seen temperatures in the 70s during the day. You're going to replace that with 90s to around 100. Overnight crisp temperatures in the 40s and 50s going to be swapped out with lows in the 70s. For some, it may be the hottest weather, believe it or not, of the entire summer. In Des Moines, Iowa, the highest temperature recorded so far this season was 98 degrees back in June. Forecasters tell us the capital of Iowa is looking at 99 here on Monday. Now, the mercury alone won't tell the whole story as the high humidity pushes the heat index nearly 15 degrees above the actual thermometer reading. While an influx of moisture from the south explains some of the rise in humidity, some of the increase is in a localized nature, as the massive corn crop in the region produces moisture, which is then transferred to the atmosphere. Evapotranspiration. Transpiration? It's a word, it's a big word. But either way, cities like Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Omaha, Chicago, Kansas City, other major metro areas are under heat advisories. For those ready for more of the fall preview that we saw last week, there is still some good news in the extended forecast, as the first of two cold fronts will knock the temperature and humidity back below excessively high levels Tuesday into Wednesday. That second front is expected to pass through next weekend, and that'll be the death knell for now to the summertime weather as the calendar turns from August to September. All right, on the severe weather side, there's an initial risk for some stronger storms overnight tonight in the northern plains. We had seen some severe thunderstorm warnings in recent hours. Most of those appear to be kind of dying off with the loss of the daytime heating. Now, for the day ahead, it'll all be further downstream. Several complexes of storms may develop and race eastward across South Dakota into southern Minnesota later on Monday. This will impact travel on portions of I-35, 90, 94, impacted with downpours and reduced visibility. There is the threat for some large hail and damaging winds after dealing with an afternoon of triple-digit heat indices. Thunderstorms are going to roll into the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul on Monday night. Now, depending on the exact timing, the baseball game for Monday evening between the Twins and the Braves could be impacted or delayed by downpours and dangerous lightning. The severe weather risk will be accompanied and precede the week's first cold front that arrives in the Great Lakes region Tuesday into Wednesday. So from Buffalo to Cleveland to Detroit, that's the zone where you'll be at risk of some dangerous storms closer to midweek. Then it's the secondary threat that can occur late this week, starting as early as Wednesday in the northern plains as that second cold front moves through. There's a few tips on how to be prepared ahead of the storms. All right, keep your phone charged, enable the alerts as these storms can move through at night in many areas, adding that extra layer of danger. So the big cool-off we saw last week in the east, you got a taste of that out west over the weekend as well. We actually, indeed, saw some higher elevation snowfall. There were actually some road closures with several inches of snow that had accumulated in the higher elevations. Now, that was a quick snap of cold air. Here, as we get the new week started, the heat will pretty quickly begin returning out west. So we'll give you more on that coming up here. Meanwhile, trust you had a good weekend. Is it actually, oh no, say it isn't so.
It's the greatest day of the week.
I knew I... Hello, Captain Ron.
Yeah. How are you?
Hanging with them.
Well, it's welcome to the Brake Safety Week.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It kicked off yesterday, yes.
Yeah, that started. Yes, it did. I haven't seen anything. I've already been through 3 of my 6 scales that I negotiate every night.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything yet. I don't anticipate we will. I haven't seen anything for any of these checks down here in Florida. Maybe they do them during the day when I'm sleeping, which is perfectly fine by me.
No doubt.
I haven't seen anything yet. So did you keep the pool open for the coming up weekend?
Yes,
That'll
absolutely.
probably be the end of it, won't it?
The way it sounds, when they say that's next weekend will be the death knell for the summertime heat. That's right on cue. Most of the pools in our region kind of close down after Labor Day weekend. So,
well, we worked at the church Saturday cleaning up some of the debris from when Debbie blew through, send out some of the trees and all that. We hauled away almost 14,000 pounds of tree limbs.
Wow.
Out of those trees. Yeah, that was a big day. But we still got to do it again next weekend. So we ain't done yet. You can't just, these trees down here in Florida, you can't just cut them down just because you want to. You have to have a arborist come over and check them out. There has to be diseased or, mostly dead before you can even cut them down.
Really?
And then I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. And then to remove the trees that are that big, you're looking at $15,000 a tree. It's insane. But yeah, you can't just cut down a tree here in Florida, those oak trees. But anyway, so then get home from church today and the AC's not working in the condo.
Oh no.
So I got like an hour and a half nap today. That was as long as I could stand it. So I'll be looking forward for my nap here in a little while. Other than that, well, I'm sure when Philip calls in, those astronauts are stuck up there until they get in SpaceX.
Sure enough. Yep. Another about 6 months. They're going to be February of next year. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those astronauts have families, don't they? I mean.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
It's not like they're just single people, I don't think. But that was crazy. It was supposed to have been just like an 8-day mission. Now it's going to be
8
next
months.
year before they even get a chance of going back.
They've already been up there a couple of months,
guess,
so I think it'll be about 8 months rather than 8 days.
Right. And it's they're going to send it back unmanned, correct? So it may not even make it back.
That's going to be the key.
Right?
I think they said here sometime in September, they're going to try to bring the Starliner capsule back, and we'll see if those astronauts were to have been on board, whether they would have survived or not. That's going to be interesting to see.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. And thank goodness we weren't on that ship. Type situation. But I guess that's what they signed up for. But anyway, well, I don't have much else for the night, but I appreciate you taking my call, and maybe you'll get another intelligent caller.
Well, always thank you for the big reminder. It is the greatest day of the week.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we'll give you more on Brake Safety Week, which, yes, indeed, officially kicked off this past day. Got some tips from the Commercial Carrier Journal we'll throw your way. Hello to Pappy out of the box. This Sunday night, Monday morning, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. You know what that means. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane, or the overnight drive will run you over. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. What's the big question tonight? Tune in and find out. It's a summer-like 72 degrees. Harrison, Ohio. We've got highs in the 90s for the next several days. But summer is winding down in fashion as the political race is winding up. Two choices, nocturnal listeners. Number one, freedom. Number two, communism. While you dwell on that, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, heat up that cup of joe and crank up the volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. And shout out to the two-time world champion manure hauler, the infamous Carolina Monkey Gouger, the best truck driver on this side of the Ohio River. We may actually hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Last week he was at the Marina Del Rey. I did see over the weekend, I think that was that Friday or Saturday, he posted his 2-year-old grandson was out there helping him do his pre-trip inspection before hitting the road. I assume he headed out on Saturday, so. Mary Ann in the house. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Sunday I had to bury our kitty cat, Nutmeg. She got hit by a car. Hate to hear that. That's always tough, right? Love our kitty cats. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Be safe. Back in the saddle. After a couple nights off, 72 degrees in Nyack, New York, as we're headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. There's Jeffrey. Good morning from Florida. Hello to the overnight crew. Glad to hear your voice. We're ready for a super show. Hello, Steve, truckers, and listeners. Crip Shot is in the house this Monday. Here we got in Central Florida. There's Glenn. Hello, Steve. Clear 82 tonight in Central Florida. I had two really awesome shows with our George Strait tribute band this past weekend. But now it's time to get back to truck driving. Everybody be safe out there. James, did you see that rally on Friday? The Dems are in panic mode after the RFK Jr. endorsement. And indeed, the rumor mill was pretty much correct on that last week about his suspending his presidential bid. But he actually showed up after he made his official announcement at his own particular location there in Phoenix. Made that quick trip to where Trump was holding his rally and got on stage. So Donald Trump and RFK Jr. Side by side on the stage there. Good morning from the Mile High City, fellow nocturnal insomniac, 68 degrees, a little rain, some showers in the Denver area. Hope everybody had a fun, safe weekend. Stay safe and let's enjoy the best day of the week.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah have conducted airstrikes against each other. The cross-border tensions elevated since Israel launched its war in Gaza have led to fears of a wider regional conflict. Sarah Coates reports from Tel Aviv.
The head of Hezbollah said that we planned to hit key IDF intelligence bases near Tel Aviv, but delayed the attack to give Gaza talks a chance, adding that Katyusha rockets were fired to distract Israel's Iron Dome and other defense systems to allow for drones to enter Israeli airspace. The Israeli military has announced that a naval ship that was sitting just off the coast was hit. It's unclear whether this was a part of a drone or whether this was shrapnel from the Iron Dome missile defense system, but it has resulted in the death of one soldier.
Ukraine says Russia's launched several missiles and drones targeting parts of northern and eastern Ukraine. Russia says it continues to fight against the Ukrainian incursion of its Kursk region and that at least 6 civilians were killed in Ukrainian attacks in Russia's Belgorod region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Russia says it continues to strike the Ukrainian military in its Kursk region as well as in Ukraine's border areas. The MOD reported on Sunday that it repelled the Ukrainian attacks on the direction of Komarovka, Malaya Lokhnya, Nechayev and Cherkasska-Porechne in the Kursk region. It also continues the reconnaissance and search operations to identify and destroy Ukrainian groups in the area. Meanwhile, the Russian troops struck Ukraine's military and manpower in the Sumy region. The MOD says Ukraine lost 300 troops in the Kursk region over the past 24 hours, bringing the total number of military casualties over 5,800.
Africa will receive its first batch of Mpox vaccines this week. Leon Sanyange reports.
10,000 vaccines will be used to tackle a dangerous Clade 1B, a new variant of Mpox. The vaccines were donated by the United States. Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo will be the first African countries to receive the vaccines after they granted regulatory approval. International agencies have come under fire for failure to provide the continent with the Mpox vaccines, which have already been distributed to over 70 countries outside Africa. The recent Mpox outbreak was declared a global health emergency after the new variant began to spread from the Democratic Republic of Congo into neighboring African countries. Since January, the Democratic Republic of Congo has reported over 27,000 suspected cases and 1,100 deaths, mostly among children.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All righty, yes, indeed. Coming up, we'll get to some of our tips to avoid brake violations as Brake Safety Week is officially underway. All right, the news Friday morning was in regards to the Canadian rail strike. 16 hours after the lockout began, the government stepped in, said, we're forcing you to arbitration. So the trains are running. Some of them may be stopping as early as tomorrow, Tuesday. Once again, we'll give you all the latest there, latest developments. First round of arbitration talks throughout the day Friday garnered no results. They're still far apart. Meanwhile, I saw up in Horsefeather's neck of the wood. We'll ask him if he got checked. The Montgomery County Department of Police conducted an enforcement effort targeting commercial vehicle drivers impaired by drugs or alcohol. Now, this was last week, August the 22nd. Officials say the purpose of the blitz was to curb the number of crashes involving commercial vehicles. We brought together a team of specialized officers, each with training in commercial vehicle inspection and drug recognition, using their expertise to identify and remove impaired commercial drivers from Montgomery County's roadways. Now, they said conducting 27 inspections resulted in 98 issued violations, ensuring safer travel for all motorists. What they did not specify was were any of those 98 issued violations a result of impaired drivers or just maybe other issues with the truck. They said this is a pilot program with the potential, they say, to become a recurring effort based on the result and effectiveness observed. Montgomery County. Speaking of, good morning, Horsefeathers.
Morning, Your Honor. What a bunch of idiots. You know, you want to see what the problem is with truck accidents in Montgomery County and everywhere else. Sit up in the truck with me for the day and drive around Washington, D.C. and Montgomery, Prince George County, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County. Just ride around with me for a day and see what goes on around me. And, I mean, it's just, and what cars do to me and other trucks. I'm not saying it's just cars, but there's some trucks that do it too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm a normal truck on the road. I mean, I might have a slightly higher issue of having a problem if I was involved in something, you know? I don't know. Just a thought. But what a bunch of idiots. I don't know. So where are we at with this drug enforcement deal anyways? Where are we at? Don't they realign that every year or every couple of years or something because of how many positive results they get or something?
Right.
I forget how that whole thing works, but we're like in a higher enforcement time now because of the percentage of results that they had. Like maybe that was in the randoms or something. I don't remember exactly how they correlate the whole thing to how they're going to do the random drug test and all that. But I know we're in a higher enforcement time now than what we've been in previous years. So anyways,
I'm trying to remember if memory serves. I'll have to double check. I think come November I think November's the month where potentially thousands of drivers will see their CDL removed from their license. They'll be bumped down if they don't get things cleared up on the clearinghouse.
Yeah, I'll have to check into that again. Anyways, so I listened to the satellite radio. There's some in the other parts of the day, and so on the 70s music channel, they listed off a bunch of people that are there, you know, making the music happen. And there's this guy, Ron Parker, Ron Parker's on there making music happen on the 70s on 7.
Oh, yeah. Old Captain Ron?
Is that possibly our Captain Ron that's doing a little double dipping there and spinning the tunes on the 70s on 7? I don't know. Just kind of, inquiring minds there, But no, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. I'm actually getting ready to deliver my second load, Your Honor. Where have you been all night? I've been looking for you here since about 5 o'clock last afternoon there. Where you been?
Oh, you got an early start.
Yeah. We had kind of a messed up day for today, and we were able to load in a 24-hour facility, so we went out and kind of did things different, try to get ourselves done, because our second load ends up here right around in the Montgomery County area, Your Honor.
Go figure.
Isn't that special?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that special? So anyways, we're going to try to get out of there before daylight and get back, park the truck, and call it a day, hopefully before the sun even does come up. But no, things have been pretty quiet. The only thing I see is they've been calling here on 95 in Virginia for construction in both directions there, somewhere around the 151 mile marker. When I was coming south there, I actually got off and went around because I didn't even want to try to find out about it. But they said they had 2 lanes closed on the southbound 95 at the 151 mile marker, as I say, here in Virginia. And I just saw a sign here on the northbound side saying the construction was supposed to start at the 150, so the 150.
Okay.
So anybody riding around on 95 here, I see a couple other trucks out here. Maybe they're listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio program here. But if they are, then they'll know what's coming up, because they actually are listening to a live on-air show that, isn't some rebroadcast or out of the can, pre-program type stuff, which is nice. And heck, if they want to call in and be a part of it, what do? It's the 844-844-3388 they dial, right?
That's simple. It's that easy.
Yeah, and then they get to be a first-time caller, and they get $60 worth of free product and all that good stuff. But no, I jumped on 95 here down in Ladysmith. It was 69 degrees down there, and I got up here north of Fredericksburg now. It's actually climbed up to 72. So the further north I'm going, it's getting hotter. So we'll see what it's at when we get up here to the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and they are still paving on the Capitol Beltway, on the east side of the Capitol Beltway, so where it's the combination 95, 495 on the southbound side, they're still paving, and they got down to 1 lane there in the overnight construction. So I actually avoided that by running the 295 there, and got over a little closer to Washington and got in the district a little bit and came down the 295 instead. And I waved to the Washington Monument for you, Your Honor, just in case you were wondering. I could see it, so I waved to the Washington Monument for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yep. So other than that, that's about all we got going for you there. I mean, I don't even think we had the TV on all weekend, Your Honor. So I don't even know what was going on in the news. But the one thing I heard one of the two things I heard on your news thing there was that Kamala Harris in her speech there, I guess she was a little light on what her platform was, but wait a minute, was she a little light or did she not have anything?
Nothing.
That's like really light, isn't it? I'm just thinking, but anyways, there, I don't know. There's one other thing your news thing said there. So RFK gave up and sided with Trump.
That is correct.
Now,
yes.
Now wasn't his policy and his platform more like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren?
Some of it was, but there's some of it that was. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a split Numerous Trump policies that RFK would endorse. Now, of course, there's a number of things that RFK was pushing that Trump would not. But the way he made it, pretty clear is, we cannot go with the Harris off the rail policies, is the way he described them, off the rail.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that from him then. At least he's a little bit more of a saner Kennedy than some of them have been. But
he spoke.
Possibly.
He spoke for about almost an hour in making the announcement, and he broke down. He gave a really good explanation of his take on the war in Ukraine and how our all these warmongers in this country want to keep it going because it's all about the money, money, money. I mean, if you get a chance to go back, you might listen into some of that. It was a good explanation.
I'll have to look into that. And I guess that was the last thing I was going to ask is, after all the millions or billions or trillions of dollars we've been pouring into the Ukraine, how come we couldn't put a little money into the monkeypox vaccination just to throw a few monkeypox vaccinations over that way? I mean, you think we could have just saved a little money from Ukraine and just sent a few monkeypox? I don't know. Just asking, Your Honor. I just always have these questions, I don't know. But just a truck driver out here, just want to know, I don't know. Anyways, I can't make up any more than that, Your Honor. I think I've got to call it quits, and you're going to have to do your due diligence.
We'll go search for an intelligent color. How's that sound? All right, we do have, it is the month of November. My memory was correct. How about that? Truck drivers with what they call prohibited status in the FMCSA's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. You're just a few months. You have to act before the state licensing agencies will begin removing your commercial driving privileges. That is November. According to the latest report about 90 days ago, 163,000 plus commercial driver's license and commercial learner's permit holders are listed in that prohibited status in the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. If these drivers do not begin the return to duty process, you should have already begun it. They could face serious license problems later this year. Starting on November 18, the FMCSA will require all the state driver's licensing agencies to revoke the commercial driving privileges from those who have the prohibited status in the clearinghouse. Now, that would result in a downgrade on the license until the driver does indeed complete the return to duty process. The November 18 deadline was established by the second final rule, Clearinghouse 2, as they called it, that was issued back in October of 21, tightening the requirements on the driver's licensing agencies when it comes to the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. As established in the first clearinghouse final rule, drivers with a prohibited clearinghouse status are prohibited from operating a commercial motor vehicle. The second clearinghouse rule further supports that by ensuring drivers with the prohibited status do not continue to hold a commercial driver's license or commercial learner's permit. So that's the breakdown. November 18 in one failed swoop. The only thing we don't really know is, of those 160,000 drivers that are listed as prohibited, obviously some of them may have exited the industry. And I don't know if some, is it possible they may not even realize they're on there? If you've ever refused a drug or alcohol test, if you refuse one, that's the same as failing one. You would be on the prohibited status if you've refused, or obviously if you have failed any sort of drug test. Now, I know in recent years there are many cases where drivers have been using like the CBD oil, which says it does not contain THC. There is no such thing, they tell us, as CBD oil with zero THC. And over a period of time, that THC may build up. Drivers failing drug test, showing up that they've been smoking weed or whatever, and they say, I don't. But that would still put you on the revoked list or prohibited list. So I don't know how many drivers might fall into that category as well. But more to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive rolling into a Monday.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hello to Jerry, who says, good morning, everybody. Be safe rolling down the highways and enjoy the view. Thank you, Steve, for a great show. I sent you a few things on Facebook. All right, I'll check that out. Hello to Cookie. Good to hear everyone tonight. Safe travels for you all, everyone out there. Thanks for what you do to keep our country moving forward. Hello, Double R. Good morning, Steve. And my trucking family just checking in this morning. All right, safe travels out there. Give us a full report. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 86 degrees with clear skies. 102 today. Looks like Monday's gonna be a hot one. The tipper is loaded, headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning out there. There's Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. We're getting warm again here in Ohio. Good morning from Punxsutawney, PA. Hello, Brian. Waiting to offload in the morning. Everybody have a good morning out there. Michael, happy Monday from Newport, Kentucky. You do a fantastic job, Steve. Syndicate your show on iHeart. You know, we are on all the podcast locations. Now, it's not the live show. Yeah, you catch overnightdriveradio.com. You download the app. That's where most of the listeners go. Facebook, we are on Rumble. But once we conclude the program, it gets downloaded to all the various podcast locations, including iHeart and Spotify. You can find the full list at iHeart at overnightdriveradio.com. overnightdriveradio.com. And you can listen live there as well. Who else we got on board? Rubber Duck, who's turning in for the night. Ending the worst week in probably 25 years. Wow. It was a slow one. I'm praying that the cars come back. Another week like this lasts, and I'll have to get a real job. So nobody buying cars? What gives? It's the used vehicles that he's hauling there. Buckeye Boy, he made it to the West Coast. Buckeye Boy checking in Montebello, California, 70 at this hour. Took the day off to reset my hours. Be delivering in nearby Compton today. Then heading up to Burlingame near San Francisco for Tuesday. Unfortunately, my backhaul out of Los Angeles is not happening. So I'll have to look for something out of the San Fran area. Not going to spend a lot of time waiting, though. If I can't get something fast, I'll just start heading back and pass by Heat Waves area. And if he's around, I maybe break some bread with him. I'm interested to see what kind of bump President Trump may get from the RFK Jr. endorsement. He also needs to get a stronger push from Nikki Haley. The horrible stances that the cackler and the Tim need to be put front and center, including how their outrageous tax increases, including the 25% on unrealized gains, will cripple the economy. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, Buckeye Boy, I did break down all, well, not all, but I mean, there's a ton of them, but a whole lot of the tax discussion of what the Harris-Walz policy would be if they are elected, and the impact that would have on the overall economy, and it's ugly. If you did a quick Google search, just type in Harris tax policy, and the best breakdown, the one I found that was the best explanation, was the Americans for Tax Reform website. I actually got a message from Brother Ramble over the weekend. Somebody who was listening to that said, "Can you find out where Steve got that information?" I sent him the link to that. But yes, Americans for Tax Reform breaks it all down in easy to understand language. Hello, Russell. Good morning, Steve. Hope you're doing well at the Secret Bunker. 75 degrees, clear, Dayton, Ohio. Well, the weekend's gone. We're back to the old grind. Truckers, be careful out there. May God bless you. Safety to your destinations. May God be with everyone who needs healing. Hope you're all well out there, everybody. Have a good night, indeed. And Buckeye Boy said, I wonder how many drivers are on the prohibited list due to the incompetence of any government-run program to totally screw it up, like they did with the authorized physicians list for your medical card testing, or as we continue to see every day with the ELD unit being self-certification process. After all these years, was that 2017 when they officially mandated? We've been on ELDs. They've got hundreds, like 800, 900 different ELDs, self-certified, and several times a month they'll be pulling them off the list, forcing drivers to purchase a new ELD, and it's like a round and round you go. How difficult is it to just find out, hey, does this ELD meet the specification we've laid out? All right, lots to cover as we roll into a Monday. All right, who we got checking in there? Looks like Pappy is on board. Hey, there's the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Got you guys coming up. First, we got to take care of the news break. Much to follow here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagrati Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention. Jen O'Malley Dillon claimed this is the most ever for any presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at last week's Democratic Party convention in Chicago and what it tells us about Kamala Harris's likely approach to foreign policy if the Vice President wins the keys to the Oval Office in November. Her speech last Thursday was thin on policy details, both with relation to domestic and global issues. But Anne-Marie Slaughter, the former head of the State Department's policy planning team in the Obama administration, says the speech offered some clues.
She segued from I stand for freedom, freedom for women to determine their bodies, freedom for, in terms of civil rights and all Americans to have an equal shot, and right into, and I stand for freedom in the world. I stand for the United States against tyranny. What you didn't hear was the Biden democracies versus autocracies dimension. It was much more personal. It was Putin's a tyrant, and we know where we stand against tyrants. And again, she listed the autocrats. She made that crack about Donald Trump doesn't stand up to them because he wants to be one. But I was very struck that here was a Democratic candidate, and what I came away with was strength and freedom and patriotism.
She spoke to Foreign Policy magazine. Whether Kamala Harris puts any meat on the very bare bones of that policy will be one of the stories to follow as the US election campaign advances. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fire hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 killed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea again. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. A Monday, the greatest day of the week. Meanwhile, hope you had a good weekend. A lot of folks gearing up for the big travel weekend, Labor Day weekend, last bash of summertime, which is always a big celebration in our hometown, Pappy. When's the last time you went down for the big fireworks show?
Oh, man, it's been a while, Steve.
Me too.
Yeah. 15, 20 years maybe. I was at the first one. Yes, sir, I was. Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. Steve, what a surprise turn of events here, I might say.
100%, yeah.
I never expected him to come out and endorse Trump. He's going to be a part of his cabinet there somewhere. Believe that. That's been made clear.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Steve, he gave one hell of a speech. He stood up there for an hour, gave a speech from his heart, off teleprompter, and his big thing is
censorship.
And he wrote a book on it.
Vaccines is one thing, but he broke down the censorship with social media and big tech in this country. He gave a great explanation on what's going on there.
Yes, sir. I think he woke up and realized, like I said in my little written statement there in the beginning, we got two choices here. We're going to vote for freedom, or we're going to go down the communist path. And I think Kennedy realizes what dire straits we're in. Yeah, Steve, he's the Democrats of the Bill Clinton era type Democrats, right?
Mm-hmm.
This new Democrat Party, make no mistake about it, is about as far whacked out left socialist communist as you can get. So he woke up. And the big question of the night, Steve, is Sundance going to wake up? Sundance, I'm going to ask you, my man, with all due respect, you going to wake up and smell the coffee? You going to get on the freedom train now? That's your man that you were hoping to vote for? has stepped on the side of Trump? I'll tell you what, Steve, we'll do something we've never done before. The Sundance has woke up, smelled the coffee. We will give him the big cookie for tonight. All he has to do is call in and let us know what he's going to do. Is he not going to vote? Is he going to vote for Harris? Or is he going to come on our side and vote for Trump? I'm just curious, Sundance. You don't have to answer. I mean, it's nobody has to say who they're voting for.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Steve, this is a big thing here. I mean, Democrats can try to play this down. Now, I don't know exactly where his poll numbers were. They were up at double digits in certain states prior to the DNC. According to the poll numbers, they went down a little bit, but he's averaging, I think, about 4, 5, 6%. Steve, if we only get 2 or 3%, if we get half, right? And if them lower poll numbers are wrong, which I think they might be, well, it's a game changer. So all I can say is the freedom train is still rocking and rolling, my man. We are not giving up on this country. That's really all I got, man. I just wanted to throw that out there. And, I mean, there's other things we can talk about, but we'll save it. We got a whole week, Steve, to talk about all kind of good stuff. So I'll get off here and let my buddy, the 2-time world championship manure hauler, get on here, and I'm going to go find me a big chocolate cream fill to eat while he talks.
There you go. There you go. That's it. Yeah, thank you very much. So, say hello to the donut eater. Hello, Gouger.
Hey, Steve, how you doing tonight?
So back on the road again. I saw your little 2-year-old grandson helping to do a pre-trip.
Yeah, he was. He thought he was going trucking, and I said, "Well, you got to get out there and kick the tires." And I gave him the flashlight, and I showed him what to bump. And he looked at me and said, "Good to go, pig. Let's ride." And he, when I left out, he wasn't too happy.
Oh.
He'll be riding with me shortly. But I tell you one thing, now that boy is a mess. I'm going to tell you what he did. He likes to eat crushed ice. And on that refrigerator of ours, it's got a temperature set for the refrigerator. And I was getting the block ice out, and he was having a meltdown, and he was trying to push the button to get it over to the crushed ice. And he turned the temperature down on the refrigerator down to about, I reckon, 25 degrees.
So everything was frozen.
Didn't know nothing about it. About 4 o'clock in the morning, I heard something like a bomb blast going off in that refrigerator. I said, "What the hell was that?" And I jumped up, run in and opened the refrigerator, and there was canned Coke, canned Dr. Pepper, Diet Mountain Dew. I mean, that thing exploded in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just shut the refrigerator back, got back to bed. He didn't roll over. Meemaw was still snoring low, so I didn't wake nobody up. About 8, 9 o'clock, she goes in to cook breakfast and open that refrigerator door, and all hell broke loose. She said, "You didn't see him pushing that button?" I said, "Well, he was pushing a button. He was trying to tell me crushed ice, but hell, I wasn't paying no attention to him, you know." She said, "You got to watch him, so he'll slip in here and do that." I said, "Well, you didn't tell me nothing about it." I told her, I said, "You got a mess to clean up." She said, "You gonna help too." And so anyway, that was that.
You got frozen eggs, frozen butter, frozen cheese. Yeah, the meat that was thawing, it's frozen.
Yeah. Everything was frozen, right? Steve. It was like the freezer.
Yeah.
But I couldn't say that. He got up, come stumbling in there. I'm hungry, pig. I said, well, I reckon we're going to ride uptown and get something because everything in there is frozen hard as a rock. But, you know, you got to love them, Bo. You got to love them. That's all I can say. You got to love them. But, Steve, we had a pretty good week last week there. We full moon and temperatures were cool and fish moved into the shallows and started committing suicide in our ice cooler.
Oh, boy.
And, I mean, we wore their ass out, too, buddy. I mean, we put a beat down on them fish. And we got home. JB looked at me and said, why'd you catch so damn many for? I said, I tried to stop you an hour ago. You kept, one more. So that's probably we might get to go a couple more times, but we done switched over to deer hunting now. Deer season opens up, let's see, September the 1st. We went planted all our food plots. Boy, that was exciting. Every time we made a corner, we drank a beer and told a deer hunting story. I think about a case it took to plant those 6 acres before we all got it done and everything. And Debbie and them was up there at the house. And what the hell took you so long? Well, I mean, hell, every time we made a corner, we drunk a beer. Every time we made a corner, we drunk a beer and told a tale. I said, hell, you know, we ain't no hurry. We semi-retired. But it was cool last week in South Carolina. It got so cool we couldn't get in the swimming pool. It was dropping down like 60, 61 at night.
Yep.
Beautiful night. But I can say that I did not watch 1 minute of the DNC. I was not going to listen to that rhetoric. I said, no way am I going to listen to that BS they're spewing. But, you know, Steve, the thing I can't figure out is on these polls. Now, one poll has got it at a dead heat. Another poll has got Donald ahead by 5 points. So who the hell are we supposed to believe?
Well, I mean, Drudge has a headline. Let me pull it up. Kamala up 7 points. Kamala's up. You know, it's like, what the? Yeah, poll. Harris plus 7. I don't know where they're getting numbers like that.
I mean, I don't know where they're getting these outlandish numbers. I mean, like that one poll I looked at right before we come on the air, it had Trump up by 5, and he had all the electoral votes that he needed to win.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing is a dead heat with Drudge and Politico. So I don't know, man. I think this is going to turn out to be another 2016 when they, you know, get up in the morning. Well, don't know if we're going to win or not, and we whip Hillary's butt. But, I mean, the people that I've talked to in the last week, and I've talked to a bunch of people, all different people, and they say they're not voting for that crackhead Kamala. And I mean, it's, I don't know, Steve. I don't know what to say. It just depends, I reckon, on how bad they cheat. But I was glad to see Robert Kennedy throw his support to Trump Friday night. And maybe that'll be a big shot in the arm. But, Steve, you remember here a week or two ago, I told you to look up that Campbell Soup deal?
Mm-hmm.
About how bad it was. It's $9 billion in debt they are now. There's another report out that Campbell Soup might be shutting down. Might not see it on the shelf no more. Now, that's a damn crying shame. But, you know, Campbell Soup has been around for centuries, 2 centuries. I think they said they've been serving the food industry. So, anyway, there's another staple but a lot of that's got to do with that Dorrance family and family greed, this and that. You know how when children take over something, they have a tendency to ruin it. Well, That's what happened to Campbell Soup. But other than that, Steve, we out here in Dallas about to burn up. It's about 92 degrees right now. Is there any cool front coming through here?
Not till later in the week, maybe.
About time I start back home, it'll get cool out here, and then when I go home, take my week off, it'll come back and start all over again. Oh boy. I tell you what, it's been a hot summer now. I'm not lying to you. It's been a hot summer.
Well, you spent a lot of your summer. I mean, Texas has been hot all summer long.
Oh, it's been brutal out here. I mean, brutal. Now, when you get up on that camp rock, like out next to Amarillo and out places like that, it ain't too bad. You know, it cools off at night. But down here in Dallas, I reckon all this concrete and asphalt and stuff, ain't no cooling down. And I mean, like right now, the temperature is showing 92 degrees. And I don't know how hot it got today. But anyway, that's about all I got for right now, my man. I'll probably be checking in at that loneliest hour. We'll holler back to you when I get back up.
Rolling down the interstate. All right, Carolina Monkey Gouger, 2-time world champion manure hauler.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Did a quick search, and I hadn't really heard or seen anything about Campbell's Soup in the news. And what I did find a moment ago, I guess they are ending soup production. The announcement was, a month or so ago out of Paris, Texas. The Campbell Soup Company, one of the biggest employers in Lamar County, scaling back the operation in Paris, cutting jobs. Following a review, the company's decided that they'll no longer manufacture their namesake soup at the sprawling facility on the north side of Paris. Campbell's has been a cornerstone of this community for 60 years. And their decision, we believe, secures a very strong partnership for the next 60. The plant will be refocusing the operation to produce Prego pasta sauce and Pace salsa products. So kind of becoming, rather than a soup facility, more of just a sauce and salsa facility. The transformation will take approximately 2 years and will impact approximately 300 of the nearly 680 roles at the plant over that period of time. They did say the soup production will be transferred to other sites in the network. He noted that closing the Paris production facility has been considered in Campbell's review of their operation. So they thought about shuttering the whole place. Okay. The Paris EDC lists Campbell's as the second largest employer in Lamar County, behind the Paris Regional Health System. Campbell's opened its 1.5 million square foot Paris production plant in 1964 to make soup. It expanded in 1998 to begin producing Prego pasta sauce and Pace salsa products. In 2009, the facility added V8 juice products to their portfolio. So, of course, the soup company makes a variety of other familiar products, including Pepperidge Farm cookies and crackers, Kettle brand potato chips. All these companies that have merged and acquired other brands and names over the years. So just some changes. I'm not really seeing any bold headlines about being in big-time financial difficulties. I mean, people have kind of changed their eating habits, and some of the other choices, when you've got the competition factor out there with some of the other soup brands these days, I don't know. All right, Eagle got you coming up here momentarily, after which lines will be clear at 844-844-3388. I want to get over to the Canadian rail lines scenario. I mentioned earlier that they were forced into arbitration late last week, less than 24 hours into the lockout. Friday, they didn't waste any time. The union threatened a strike at the CN, Canadian National, only hours after the trains restarted. Following a potentially devastating stoppage, the government-ordered arbitration hearing wrapped up with no decision. Canadian National trains were expected to keep moving at least through Monday morning, this morning. Of course, it started with the lockout of the workers at both rail lines, CN and Canadian Pacific Kansas City, on Thursday. That resulted in a near total shutdown of freight rail in the country for more than a day. Canadian National resumed its service Friday morning. Trains operated by KPKC remained parked, and its workers, who had already been on strike since Thursday, stayed on the picket line on Friday. Either way, the government forced the companies and the union into arbitration, as they call it. In order, the union is challenging Friday's 9-hour hearing ended with no order from the board. The union then filed a 72-hour strike notice once again on Canadian National Friday morning, shortly after they announced that they are going to challenge the arbitration order. According to the union spokesperson, if the board orders the union back to work, the union will lawfully abide by the decision, but will undertake steps to challenge it to the fullest extent. Unfortunately, this will not provide immediate relief, but the union is prepared to appeal to federal court if necessary. We do not believe any of the matters we've been discussing over the last several days are insurmountable, and we remain available for discussion to resolve this matter without a further work stoppage, according to the union. I did say this is not about disobeying the minister's order. It's about exercising our right. According to Teamsters Canada president, we will exercise our right within the legal framework. So Canadian National trains had begun rolling about 7 a.m. across Canada Friday morning, according to a spokesperson. That initially appeared to at least partially end the work stoppage that had threatened to wreak havoc on the economies of Canada and the United States. Both countries across all industries, of course, rely on railroads to deliver the raw materials and the finished products. So it's not over yet. We'll see where it goes from here. We'll let you know. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagruti Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
the greatest day of the week underway, right? Everybody loves a Monday. Now, next Monday, that might be the greatest day of the week. Because it's a holiday. I like it when those holidays roll around on Monday. All right, Daniel checks in this morning. He says, the thing is, President John Kennedy and Senator Robert Kennedy would have been in what is today's Republican Party by their ideals and beliefs. Yeah, people need to remember that President Kennedy's speech at Columbia University, what it was about. Yeah, clear back then, Deep State was running things. He was trying to put a stop to it back then. But it's only much worse today. This election really does matter. And I'm going to vote for Trump because he's going to make a difference. Another major reason I'm voting for Trump is he's not a politician. He's a working man, and he pisses the Republicans and the Democrats off equally because he stands up for we, the people, not the party. And to me, that's what's important. From the people to the government, not the government to the people. And then Russell said, yeah, valid point. He said, I always remember Rush Limbaugh saying, don't pay attention to the polls. Wait till Election Day for the results. And that has especially been true in the last, 3 or 4 presidential elections. Meanwhile, Eagle, back to the old grind on a Monday. What do you say, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, had a lot of stuff take place over the weekend. I've been driving all weekend. I'm on the road. I'm taking off next week for Memorial Day. I should roll into my house maybe on Thursday or Friday. So, yeah, I've got a long weekend, about 4 days off, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I guess Monday, I don't know if Monday's a holiday or not, but I'll probably take off Monday too. So, yeah, I'm out here making all this money, stacking up this much money so I can take some time off next week. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about. Well, 2 or 3 things, man, that took place over the weekend before I get to the Kennedy situation. And I definitely got something to say about that. I'm very happy about that situation. And I got something to say about why he decided to make that decision. And a lot of Democrats not going to like what I say, but I really don't care. But yeah, Steve, I want to talk about this situation that's going on with the space deal up with the astronauts.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the guy down there in Florida could chime in on about what I'm about to say. I'm gonna say this, Steve, and like I said before, you know me, I believe in telling it like it is. I don't believe in playing games and beating around the bush. I'm gonna put it to you point blank. Those people are not coming back home, Steve. They just told them that it's gonna be another 6 months before they can even try to get some help to these people. To try to maybe get them a ride back with somebody else. Well, that's what they're telling them. Those people not coming back. If they had a way of getting those people back, they'd already done it by now, or they'd already had a better plan. They damn sure wouldn't have to wait 6 months.
Well,
so can play. People can listen to.
They do have a plan. I mean, and
what'd you say?
They do have a plan.
Well, why does it take 6 months, Steve? Why does it take 6 months? Why can't the deal? Why can't it happen now?
You're talking space operations. They have to reconfigure the ship that they're going to send up there, and there's only certain times when you can launch to head to the space station. It's a matter of getting all the logistics together. Now, if I think they've clearly determined that they don't believe they can safely get them back on the Starliner. The SpaceX Dragon capsule, to date, hasn't had any issues. So it takes time to get these kind of things done.
Okay. Well, you add up the amount of months that they've already been up there, Steve. Let's just be honest. Let's just take this thing real serious. By the time these people come back, if they come back, it could be up to a year. Now, that don't sound like a safe environment. That don't sound like a safe deal when you got people that's stranded for damn near a year. But like I said, other people got their opinions. I got mine. And like I said, I really don't think they're coming back. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in 2025. And that's a damn shame that they telling those people that they have a happy Thanksgiving and a happy Christmas in space, and we might be able to get you back at the beginning of next year. So you think about it. Now let's talk about this other situation with Kennedy. And this is the deal. This is the situation that I want to talk about because I'm very happy because Kennedy did exactly what he's supposed to do. He should have done it a long time ago. The hell with the Democrats, Biden, Harris, anybody else that call themselves a Democrat. These people turned their backs on this guy, Steve. He tried to run as a Democrat. They wouldn't even put the guy on the damn ballot. He had to go to court to even try to get on the damn ballot. They basically gave it to Joe Biden. They said, Joe Biden, he's going to be their man for 24. And Kennedy, you don't like it too bad. Just get the hell out of the way. Go for run as an independent. We don't care what you do, but you're not running as a Democrat. Right. So they basically kicked him to the curb. And this is a man who's, his brother and his uncle were both Democrats back in the 60s, well before I was even born. Kennedy got killed in 63. They eliminated this guy because he was trying to do the right thing for the American people, and they tried to take him out the same way they tried to take Trump out. This guy Kennedy, he's doing the right thing. He should have joined the Trump team a long time ago. Donald Trump, he needs to get that man a job in the White House. I don't know what he's gonna do, but he needs to get some kind of a job, and he needs to tell everything he know. I mean, everything he know about the Democratic Party. He needs to tell Donald Trump to let him know so he can beat these losers at the ballot in November, because I'm fed up with all of them. And Kennedy, that name is synonymous, Steve. That name is synonymous with politics. And this man here made the right move. He's on the right team now. He's on the right team, the winning team. And Kamala Harris, she had a chance, Steve. She had a chance to even make the man her vice president. He would have been a whole lot better than this loser that she got right now from Minnesota. That was the final straw for him right there. He said it the other night on Friday when they turned their back on him for the vice president's role. They didn't even give him the opportunity to do that. Plus, they overlooked him for Kamala. You can't tell me that he's not a better candidate than Kamala as a Democrat, but they still overlooked him for that piece of garbage. So I don't blame Kennedy for joining Trump's team. And Trump, hopefully they can go on to 24 and do bigger and better things. Now, as far as this other deal goes, Steve, with Trump and in the situation, the polls, I've told you about these polls year after year after year. These polls mean absolutely nothing. These polls are run by CNN. These polls are run by MSNBC. There's no way in hell Kamala Harris has a 6 or 7 point lead on Donald Trump. You can look at the crowds at her rallies. They're buying and paying people to show up at these shows that she has, and people are leaving. They're supposed to have entertainment. They find out there ain't no entertainment gonna be there. The people walk out of the show. After the entertainment, they had a show in Atlanta, Georgia, a couple of weeks ago. After the entertainment, the performer, people walked out of the arena. They didn't want to hear what the hell she had to say. So these polls are basically fake and phony, just like Kamala Harris, Steve. So I don't believe nothing. Donald Trump, he's walking away with this victory. And the only thing that can stop Donald Trump is, you and I both know, come September the 18th, after the debate, which Trump is going to win that too, September 18th, Donald Trump will be sentenced to jail by this bogus judge in New York. How long he'll be sentenced, I don't know. But he won't stay in jail long if he does go to jail. And so they can put that on Donald Trump's report that he's a convicted felon and he's also been sentenced to jail. But it means absolutely nothing to people like me and other Trump followers. I'm voting for Donald Trump with or without the felony, because like I told you a couple of months ago, Steve, you can't tell me that Joe Biden has committed. I wonder how many felonies Joe Biden has committed. I wonder how many felonies Kamala has committed since they've been in Washington, D.C. They just haven't been taken to court, and hopefully that'll happen one day, and then they'll have that same deal on their record that Donald Trump has, convicted felon, and then maybe even convicted of going to jail. So I say the hell with the Democrats and the hell with their bogus policy. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, couple of things I can follow up on. Lines are clear at 844-844-3388. He mentioned the entertainment at various Kamala events, and that is true. TMZ, the entertainment news program, if you're familiar with TMZ, they came out on Friday and said, we were wrong. Sorry about that. That was the message Friday, acknowledging they falsely claimed that the pop music star Beyonce was going to be on the stage in Chicago at the DNC with Kamala Thursday night. The entertainment outlet had claimed the hitmaker was set to warm up the crowd before Kamala Harris strode forward and accepted the Democrat nomination inside the crowded United Center. That never happened. Critics were quick to point out that the Democrat Party let the rumors run wild to boost their primetime television audience. Now the site has retreated and apologized for falsely boosting the 32-time Grammy winner as a definite for the occasion. To quote the great Beyonce, we got to lay our cards down, down, down. We got this one wrong, was their post Thursday night. And news outlets reported musicians Jason Isbell and Mickey Guyton, I'm not familiar with either, performed on Monday night before Patti LaBelle and Common Tuesday. John Legend also performed a tribute to Prince before Harris's vice presidential pick Tim Walz took the stage. Now, James Taylor had been set to have the most high-profile spot on Monday. He was supposed to sing his hit, You've Got a Friend, as the lead-in to Joe Biden's speech, but that was cut because of time constraints when the program was running well over an hour late, hour long, past schedule. Meanwhile, as far as, yes, Philip can expound on this. It's not like they're not coming back, and it's not uncommon for these space crews at the International Space Station to spend 6 months or 8 months or a year on the space station. There's been various lengths. This was just supposed to initially be a very short 8-day mission. It's because this was a test of the new Starliner capsule. They've got problems, obviously. Making the official announcement Saturday afternoon that it's too risky to bring the astronauts back in Boeing's new capsule. So they'll have to wait for a ride home with SpaceX. What should have been a week-long test flight will now last more than 8 months' time, which is not unprecedented at all. Yes, I mean, as far as astronauts are concerned, I'm sure they'd rather hunker down at the space station than run the risk of burning up in the atmosphere in the Starliner. Let's see. The cascade of thruster failures and helium leaks has marred their trip to the station. They ended up in a holding pattern while engineers over the last 2 months have been doing tests and debating about what to do next. Now, after almost 3 months, the decision finally came down on Saturday. They will come back on a SpaceX spacecraft in February. That empty Starliner capsule will be undocked in, they say, in a week or two, and attempt to return on autopilot. But as Starliner's test pilots, they would have overseen that critical last leg of the journey to ultimately touch down in the deserts out west. It's an embarrassment. It's a big blow for Boeing. The safety concerns plaguing the company on the airplane side, Boeing had counted on Starliner's first crew trip to revive the troubled program after years of delays, cost overruns. retired Navy captains with previous long-duration spaceflight experience, which Wilmore and Williams are, anticipated surprises when they accepted the shakedown cruise of a new spacecraft. Of course, probably not quite to this extent, though. Before their launch from Cape Canaveral on June the 5th, they said their families had bought into the uncertainty and the stress of their professional careers decades ago. During their Lone Orbital News Conference last month, they said they had trust in the thruster testing being conducted while they wait. They had no complaints. Said they'd enjoyed pitching in with some of the work that's going on aboard the space station. All right, Wilmore's wife, Deanna, was equally stoic in her interview last month with a TV affiliate out of Knoxville, Tennessee, which is their home state. She was already bracing for a delay till next February. In this line of work, you just kind of have to roll with it. This comes with the territory. NASA said no serious consideration was given to asking SpaceX for a quick standalone rescue. Last year, the Russian space agency had to rush up a replacement Soyuz capsule for 3 men whose original craft was damaged by space junk. That switch pushed their mission. They were there for more than a year. Now, that turned out to be, a U.S. space endurance record still being held by Frank Rubio. So we already know what the problems had been. They've just made the determination. They don't trust this thing to safely get back. It could, but it may not. You don't want to take that risk. All right. With station supplies already under the belt, SpaceX aced their first, now 9, astronaut flights in 2020. SpaceX has a very successful record with their Crew Dragon capsule. So that's where it stands. Time. It takes a lot of time. They have to reconfigure the SpaceX capsule to return to the space station with the 2 astronauts on board going up and then 4 on board coming back. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes: combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matters.
right, back at it as we close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Yes, Dennis said they're not going to leave those guys floating in space. No, they're not. Hello to Billy on board. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Best day of the week. Yeah, Scotty on a Monday. Just another day in paradise. What's going on?
Yeah, a little warm down here in Dallas, like most of you guys just said. But it was warm there at the house too. We didn't get to finish our air show there in Wichita. They had a microburst come in this morning, flipped a couple planes over, and they had the Blue Angels and everything there yesterday, and they said it's supposed to be a 2-day show, and it didn't happen today.
So that's the one. Was that somebody had posted a visual? Was that the McConnell Air Base or something? Is that the one?
Yeah, McConnell Air Force Base. Yes.
Okay. I saw the video on that. I mean, everything was flying, and there were planes being pushed around out there on the display area. What a mess.
Yeah, the ramp was a mess out there. I wasn't going to go out there. Like I said, pretty good view yesterday, and they was there practicing Thursday and Friday, and I could see just about what I wanted to see from the house. But they said they had 50 to 58 mile an hour winds out there this morning, and I mean it was a pretty big storm come through. And I'm probably 7-8 miles from the base, and we didn't get anything at my house. We could see the storm, but we didn't get any of the winds at my house. But there was, I guess, quite a bit of damage done. But yesterday it was hot. They said they had 100 and some odd people treated for heat-related injuries, and I think 15 of them, went to the hospital.
Yeah.
They said pretty warm. But you're talking about these astronauts up there. I don't know if you mentioned it. I didn't quite catch everything you were saying, but they don't have spacesuits that are capable of getting in the Dragon, the Crew Dragon or Dragon Crew capsule. So they've got to actually send 2 new spacesuits up there for them to take and get in the SpaceX capsules. The spacesuits they have, they come up in the Boeing Starliner, are not compatible with the SpaceX
right.
capsule.
Yeah, Pappy sent me an email. He said something like he's trying to put a Chevrolet engine in a Toyota. They don't fit.
Right. I mean, the logistics of it are just not just, put them in a damn capsule and, set it free, I mean, there's 3 capsules that are attached up there right now. There's a Soyuz, there's the Starliner, and there's the SpaceX capsule.
You got a SpaceX there right now. Absolutely. Hey, we got to pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagrati Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention. Jen O'Malley Dillon claimed this is the most ever for any presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at last week's Democratic Party convention in Chicago and what it tells us about Kamala Harris's likely approach to foreign policy if the Vice President wins the keys to the Oval Office in November. Her speech last Thursday was thin on policy details, both with relation to domestic and global issues. But Anne-Marie Slaughter, the former head of the State Department's policy planning team in the Obama administration, says the speech offered some clues.
She segued from I stand for freedom, freedom for women to determine their bodies, freedom for, in terms of civil rights and all Americans to have an equal shot, and right into, and I stand for freedom in the world. I stand for the United States against tyranny. What you didn't hear was the Biden democracies versus autocracies dimension. It was much more personal. It was Putin's a tyrant. And we know where we stand against tyrants. And again, she listed the autocrats. She made that crack about Donald Trump doesn't stand up to them because he wants to be one. But I was very struck that here was a Democratic candidate. And what I came away with was strength and freedom and patriotism.
She spoke to Foreign Policy magazine. Whether Kamala Harris puts any meat on the very bare bones of that policy will be one of the stories to follow as the US election campaign advances. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fire hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 killed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea again. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I'm looking at the story here out of Wichita, which, well, I guess, timing-wise, you had this storm come through a few hours later. It could have been big-time ugly. At that air show Scotty was talking about, McConnell Air Force Base announced like 9:45 a.m. Sunday morning that they had to cancel the McConnell Frontiers in Flight Air Show. Today's portion of the Frontiers in Flight Air Show has to be canceled after a slow-moving, wet microburst between 8 and 10 a.m. brought winds of 54 miles per hour to the flight line. Due to damage to services, we are unable to execute a safe air show. That was from their press release. According to McConnell, 10 people received minor injuries during the microburst that brought the heavy winds, lightning, and rain to the base. Of those 10, 6 of them were military medical personnel. 4 of them were civilian vendors. And in the video, you can see all the tents and the canopies and even planes being blown out there on the tarmac. 1 civilian male was transported to a local hospital. Another airman was also transported, but has since been discharged. All were outside on the flight line when the winds occurred. Due to the timing of the inclement weather, spectators had not yet entered the event area. And I'm thinking, thank goodness for that. The pyrotechnics show that was planned at the conclusion of the air show were detonated by the explosive ordnance disposal team between noon and 4 p.m. I guess they were kind of synchronized where there were multiple detonations planned that they said would sound louder than normal with the low cloud coverage reflecting the sound. We apologize for the late cancellation, but safety is our priority, especially when it comes to hosting the public for an air show. Now, the air show on Saturday, they say, brought in over 65,000 visitors. Had there been a crowd like that on hand, I'm thinking there could have been a lot of injuries out there, so that would have been scary.
Yeah. I was wondering. I heard something there this afternoon. That's probably what they was doing. I heard some, explosions and stuff. Like I said, I was trying to get some sleep, and I guess that's probably what I heard. I know we could hear them when they turned the afterburners on the Blue Angels and stuff like that. Right there at the house, and when they was practicing, like I said, Thursday and Friday, they done quite a bit of practicing around there, and you know, it was pretty loud because I'm not that far away.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, yeah, there was quite a bit of stuff out there. You know, the Army had some stuff set up, and of course the Air Force had, like I said, the Navy had the Blue Angels, and then of course they had all the aircraft, the tankers, and stuff like that, all on display. And then I don't know if you've seen the picture. There was a small airplane that was upside down. There was there's a couple biplanes that run out of Wichita. There, they run out of one of our private airfields. They're always over there, and I know they were out there. Then they had Doc, the B-29 was out there, and they said it wasn't damaged or anything like that. But you know, of course, like I said, they leave all that stuff on the ramp. You know, for a 2-day show, it's all out there on the ramp. You know, so I'm sure they was getting ready for the crowds to come in this morning when all that happened. You know, but we were supposed to have had, you know, good weather, but of course, you know, it's Kansas. We get pop-up storms all the time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, luckily it happened before the show got started. But anyway, well, about all I had. Like I said, I was going to chime in on that deal with SpaceX and Boeing and everything, you know, and they're going to get them home, and you know, that's you said it a while ago, logistics.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of logistics to do what they're doing. You know, that's the, from what I've understood, that is exactly what the real problem is they don't have a spacesuit to take and jump in one of the capsules that's sitting there, you know.
And typically those spacesuits, I mean, every individual, they're custom fitted for your your body size, and they're not like interchangeable, right?
Right. Well, it's just, you know, I guess they're specific to the spacecraft they're in too.
Yeah, correct.
It would do the main thing, you know. I mean, obviously, to me, I would think if they was going to take and, you know, do what they're doing with two different types, I would have thought they would have, you know, coordinated with Boeing and SpaceX and had, you know, the suits where they'd been interchangeable, but, you know, maybe they didn't think about that. But anyway.
Well,
yeah, that's about all I got.
Well, thanks for checking in. Have safe travels. Try to find a way to stay cool there in the Dallas area. Another hot week in Texas coming on. Philip. Good morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. That was a heck of a weekend, buddy. I tell you what, a lot of stuff going on. Was there a lot going on up there by y'all?
Not really. It was relatively quiet here. Had beautiful weather.
Yeah, I tell you what, between NASCAR and Little League championships and Starliner news, and then tomorrow they pushed that one till tomorrow. That Polaris mission. So, but I'm gonna touch a little bit on Starliner stuff. But before I do, I just want to congratulate the Lake Mary Little League for winning the World Series championship. Steve, did you see that yesterday?
I saw the brief headline. I didn't even realize the Little League World Series was going on, so I missed the whole thing.
Oh, my Lord. These boys, I tell you what, you know, they say people, when you watch people do what they do, you can see their passion in what they do, and you can just literally see it in these kids playing ball. You know, these kids, they remind me of guys like Frank Thomas, Randy Johnson, Kerry Wood, Bo Jackson. A lot of these guys, the way they played that ball yesterday. Can you imagine having 6 innings? That's all they were allowed to play. They had one run in the very first inning from China. They were playing Taipei, China. And they didn't get a run until the 6th inning. And then they tied it up and went into extra innings and then won it in the 8th inning. Now, that's stuff you don't hear about, Steve, too much now, is it?
Right.
What do you think, buddy?
No doubt. Yeah.
if anybody watches those games, go back on YouTube and watch them, or the replays. Just watching these kids play, I mean, you could just see it. This is what they want to do, and they're meant to do it. I mean, it's just one of those things. And then on Saturday night, Jeff Burton, I have a lot of respect for him and his family. But you know what? That was a heck of a win for his family. And Jeff Burton, he's played a lot to NASCAR over the years as a driver, as a commentator. But to see your kid out there win the race, that's even better. I mean, that's stuff that, that's good stuff there. And I thought it was amazing. I didn't think about this till afterwards. Did you see Daniel Suarez come in there, Steve, and his car caught on fire in the pit?
I did not catch the rest. I saw the highlights from the NASCAR website, but I mean, I don't know if a fuel line broke or what the case was.
I'm not sure. It was something in the back of the car. Thank God he got out of there all right. And, the car can be replaced, but he can't. But that car was the 99, and that's the car that that's the number Jeff Burton drove when he was with Roush for many years. So, I mean, that's crazy how things work out. What do you think, Steve?
No doubt about it. And it's, for the Burtons, though, it's kind of like I remember while I was watching that race when Ned Jarrett called Dale Jarrett's win there. I think that was at Daytona 2 years ago, wasn't it?
It was a few years ago. It wasn't 2 years ago, but it was a while back.
I said a few years ago, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This thing broke up a little bit there. Yeah, it was a few years ago, but it's those kind of moments that, when families are involved with the sport, that, when you see that kind of stuff, it's like, man, wow, it's like Junior racing against his dad, just stuff like that, but just to see the passion in people and the way they do things, it's just amazing. Now we'll get on to a little Starliner news, and we all know what happened over the weekend. They made the announcement on that. You and Scotty were just talking about that. And Scotty, I just want to let you know, Boeing had to get with SpaceX to give them the dimension sizes for Sonny and Butch for those suits, so they could custom make them for them.
Okay.
And when they were measured for their suits for Boeing, they took all those measurements and they keep all that on file, and it was transferred over to SpaceX so they could make the SpaceX suits for them. The reason why the suits are different for each capsule is the capsules are different. The Starliner is a big old honking thing, so to speak, and the SpaceX capsule, it's a small one. They trimmed it down to, it's sleek and slender and whatnot. And the Boeing one is a little bit bigger, so if you look at their spacesuits are a little bit more bigger than the ones that SpaceX has going on. The SpaceX ones are a lot more sleeker, and they're a lot more, tight, narrowed up to the deal, and it's all about what the configuration is of the capsule. If it's a big mass piece that like Boeing has, it's going to be huge, and that's the way those suits were designed. And they went for a totally different look than SpaceX did. NASA does need to universalize them. If they universalize the hookups on them and the way they're built and what they do and everything, it'd be okay. But they don't do that. It's because it's a commercial system. Boeing is commercial, so is SpaceX. So they are totally two different things. So, what do you think about the decision, Steve, of them bringing them back on SpaceX?
I think that's the best decision. I mean, obviously, that's what they've ultimately determined. They're afraid this thing might burn up on the way back.
Okay. So when they had the press conference the other day over the weekend, there were no Boeing representatives at the press conference.
I heard that.
It was only NASA only. Okay, they did that, not no disrespect to Boeing, but people got to understand something, how this works. When they signed up for the commercial setup, Boeing and SpaceX, they had to go through a certification process. That's what this process is right now. This craft was in the certification process. Okay, so those astronauts are not paid by Boeing. They are paid by NASA. They are insured by NASA. They are NASA employees. That means NASA is responsible for them, not Boeing. So if that craft came back, and God forbid it ate something and it burned up and they perished, just like Challenger, just like Columbia, they would, who holds the bill for it? NASA does. So NASA has to make the decision on the flight readiness, and that's what the reason that NASA was at the press conference and made the decision. Now, Boeing, and I didn't know this until yesterday, Steve. You know, Boeing had a fixed contract on that Starliner with NASA. And if anybody doesn't know what a fixed contract is, that means NASA gave them a set amount of money to build this spacecraft, and that's all they got. Okay? Well, that money has run out now. Okay? And everything from now on is Boeing's pocket. So if you look at the SLS program, the Artemis program, that is what they call a continuous contract, which means that NASA forks out so much money, and it's continuously generated because of, obviously, inflation and other variables into the situation. Like technology is more expensive, different things happen when you're in development. Whereas Boeing and SpaceX as well, with their Crew program, now they got certified, they're good to go. But Boeing is still going through the certification process. They have a fixed contract. I think the Starliner is dead, Steve. What do you think?
They have to give them authorization to proceed with further human spaceflight, right? And NASA may not grant them that. Is that what you're saying?
You got it.
Okay.
They may not grant them that. But if you don't have the funding to keep the program going, even though you've got the certification there, it don't mean a hill of beans, because you can't put it out there. You know what I mean? You look at the woes that Boeing has went through in the last year between the aircraft side and the space side now. You know, with space flight, it's not the letter M, it's the letter B, which means billions. So you're not talking millions of dollars like you do with airplanes. You're talking billions of dollars with a B. Okay? And that's what space flight costs. It costs a lot to do it. It isn't like you just go around the corner and build a rocket.
Right.
You know, picture this: a little small piece of Teflon that's about the size of an O-ring, or if you made an OK sign with your fingers, a piece of Teflon that big is what can cost you multiple billions of dollars in an aircraft, or in a spacecraft, I should say. You know, that just a little small piece of Teflon, which is same kind of Teflon like when you put tape around a pipe when you put your pipe together. Same kind of stuff, just a different variant. And that's what cost them what's going on right now. And NASA has no confidence in the system to bring those astronauts back. Did you hear the comment that Bill Nelson made about politics, Steve?
No, sir.
Okay, Bill Nelson made a comment about politics. He said, first off, there's a lot of speculation that we did this because we are in an election cycle right now with political election cycle with our government.
Right.
He said, I'm going to tell you what, there was no politics that influenced me making us making the decision to keep those guys up there and to bring that back without them on it. He said there was no politics. He said, and it won't ever be as long as he's on the watch. Now, I'm not a big Bill Nelson fan. I mean, he was a representative down here. He was a career congressman, in my opinion. But I got to say one thing for the gentleman. He did make the right decision. Okay? And they made that decision based on what happened to Challenger and Columbia. They said that at the beginning of it, and he said it during his question session of it. Because of what happened on those two shuttle flights, that's why this decision was made. And he stands by it. So hopefully everything works out. They get the Starliner back. I will tell you, though, that test article, when it comes back, they're going to go over it with a fine-tooth comb. And if there's any other stuff that comes out of Boeing with the Starliner, and I hope there is, I hope they don't kill the program. I don't want to see anybody out without a job. And, it can be developed. It's just got to be done in the right way. And mistakes happen, but they're going to go over that article like you wouldn't believe. So other than that, buddy, we've had a good weekend and did my time at the store. Now I'm going down to do my time driving the train. So
there you go.
Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
Back at it as we get a new week underway. All right. Now, don't forget, it is Brake Safety Week. Oh, everybody's favorite time of year. Kicked off this past day. Pulled up from the, CCJ. Tips to avoid violations this week. Jason Cannon said the amount of power a tractor has to get its 80,000-pound limit up to speed is a prideful discussion among drivers at the truck stop lunch counter. But the truck's ability to safely come to a stop is rarely debated with the same passion. Brake systems have been the top out-of-service violation to the CVSA's annual Road Check campaign dating back to at least 2017. Brake-related violations accounted for 6 of the top 20 vehicle violations last year. He says, one thing I see constantly is a general lack of knowledge of how an S-cam brake works with automatic slack adjusters. Technicians, perhaps because they're told to do so or this is how they were taught, will tighten up the slack and then back it off a half or quarter turn and call it good. If this is done, the technician has no idea of how the brake's actually working. All brake inspections should start with the measuring brake stroke. Measuring stroke, in addition to a thorough visual inspection, that's how a technician can determine if the brake's working properly. A long-standing Bendix technical bulletin from their website provides details and tips on the inherent dangers of manually adjusting an automatic slack adjuster to correct out-of-adjustment brakes. One of the top root causes within brake system violations is overstroke, oftentimes caused by worn S-cam bushings that are either not identified early enough or not being replaced during a brake job. If a brake's found to be out of adjustment, don't just readjust it. One of the diesel technicians with Ryder in the 2024 Ryder Top Tech Champions says find the root cause as to why it became out of adjustment. Now, while pre-trip inspections can help identify and address those problems early, he said the underlying causes typically are improper shoe-to-drum fit, either during new installation or replacement cycles. When the shoe's not correctly centered, it directly interferes with having proper adjustment. But here we are, the 2024 Brake Safety Week. Last year, 330 vehicles were issued a 20% violation, a violation that occurs when 20% or more of a vehicle's service brakes are out of service and defective. The annual campaign by the CVSA, which kicked off this past day and continues through next Saturday. All this week, CVSA certified inspectors conducting roadside inspections, removing commercial motor vehicles with out-of-service brake violations from the road until they are fixed. The goal, obviously, to reduce the number of crashes caused by faulty brakes, educating drivers, technicians, and others on proper brake maintenance and operation. Clear lines on a Monday at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagruti Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
greatest day of the week. Welcome into a Monday, about the halfway point for our Monday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, it happens during monsoon season. And that's where we're at right now out west. To where late last week, over 100 people had to be rescued by helicopter, being trapped by flash floods near the Grand Canyon. One hiker remains missing. Searchers have been unable to find 33-year-old Chenoa Nickerson, who's believed to have been swept away during monsoons in the Havasupai Indian Reservation in Arizona. The flash floods turned the normally crystal clear blue waters a murky brown. She was hiking about a half mile from the Colorado River when flooding trapped her in what they call the most remote area in the country last Thursday morning. The National Guard had managed to evacuate 104 other tourists and tribal members from the Grand Canyon area, but the search continued for the remaining hiker. The missing hiker's sister had shared some photos of her and her husband, Andrew, who was hiking alongside her. That was on the 22nd. Andrew reached out to his father via satellite phone, reporting that Chenoa and him were caught in a flash flood and they were both swept away. Andrew was rescued. He said he's at a safe spot camping with a rafting crew who rescued him, and that the NPS and SAR were on site as of the previous night. Now, they warn visitors about the dangers of monsoon season. Typically occurs between late June and early September. Flash flooding is a common thing. According to the tribe's website, watch for rain and dark clouds, especially in the south. Flash flooding can occur without warning and without any rain where you're actually hiking. If you hear floodwaters approaching or if you're caught in a rainstorm, climb to high ground immediately and wait until it clears. Do not enter the narrow part of the canyon where you might not be able to climb the canyon walls in the event of an unexpected flood. This doesn't come as a surprise for the locals, they say. The Havasupai tribe's website warns visitors of excessive flooding between June and August. Floods can occur any time of year, but the monsoon season is right now. High risk of flash floods. So there you go. They said that they're actively engaged in evacuating other tourists that were there at the time of the flooding. But apparently this is a very remote, the only way you can get in and out is on foot, by mule, or helicopter. That's it. So very rugged terrain. Well, meanwhile, as things cooled off out west over the weekend in the wake of the coolest weather since last spring, the heat will quickly rebound in parts of the rest for the last week of August, they tell us. The big jump, mainly in California and the Southwest, part of a volatile weather pattern that will continue to bring big-time changes to the west as we close out the month of August. Yeah, we're talking a 35-degree temperature swing in some areas during what has been a hot summer. Temperatures as a whole running several degrees above historical average. The cooler weather over the last several days was a stunning change not seen in many months. In Sacramento, California, the mercury failed to get out of the 70s on Friday, so one of the coolest August days they had ever recorded. In Las Vegas, a record 64-day run of triple-digit heat came to an end Friday when they were just 96 degrees. That's a cool day in Vegas, right? Now, following another day or so of the fall preview, a big change is in store as a notable warm-up begins early this week. and peaks about midweek. But there were some locations that actually got some snowfall over the weekend. This was a weather system out of the Gulf of Alaska. Snow to the mountains of California and the Pacific Northwest. Closure of part of a highway that runs through the national park. Highway 89 through Lassen Volcanic National Park were shut down after about 3 inches of snow had fallen during the overnight hours. Photos from the National Weather Service show higher elevation blankets of white on Mount Rainier in Washington, along with a dusting of snow in Minaret Vista, which is kind of a lookout point southeast of Yosemite National Park in the Sierra Nevada there. It's definitely unexpected to see snow at Minaret Vista in the month of August. How about that? It's not every day you get to spend your birthday surrounded by a winter wonderland in the middle of summer. That makes for a day I won't soon forget. That's for one of the National Weather Service members. It also snowed on Mammoth Mountain. That's one of the ski destinations in California, with the National Weather Service warning hikers and campers be prepared for slick roads. Meanwhile, record rainfall moved through Redding, Red Bluff, and Stockton in Northern California over the weekend. The rain showers south of Lake Oroville were expected to continue on into the evening hours. There was a dusting of snow at the crest of the Sierra Nevada near Tioga Pass. August snow has not occurred there in over 20 years, they say. All right, well, the start of ski season is several months away. This hint of winter weather was welcomed by the resorts. All right, the anomalous cool conditions will spread over much of the western U.S. by Sunday morning. And now, of course, we're into Monday. The turnaround will begin later today. But a cool weekend. It is 844-844-3388 from the West Coast back to the East Coast, where they tell us there are 4 towns in the state of Massachusetts that have issued a voluntary evening curfew to protect their residents from the potentially deadly Eastern Equine Encephalitis, or EEE as they call it, following the state's first confirmed human case since 2020, according to the New York Post. Officials in Douglas, Oxford, Sutton, and Webster urging residents to observe a voluntary evening lockdown to prevent the spread of the rare but potentially fatal mosquito-borne disease. Last week, Oxford's Board of Health voted to recommend residents stay indoors after 6 p.m., effective immediately, continuing through September 30th. And then from October 1, the advisory suggests remaining indoors after 5 p.m. until the first hard frost occurs. From dusk to dawn are the peak times for mosquito activity. The public health advisory designates these 4 towns as a critical risk for the virus. It is the Board of Health's responsibility to protect the public health. We take EEE very seriously, and we strongly encourage residents to follow these recommendations due to the severity and the fact that it is in our community. So far this year, Massachusetts, there's only been 1 human case of Triple E, but throughout the state, mosquitoes have been testing positive. Now, they do say the lockdown is voluntary, but you're encouraged to comply to mitigate the risks. The town stated that no enforcement measures would be taken if you're outdoors, if you don't adhere to the advisory. Residents wishing to use town fields during the recommended lockdown hours must provide proof of insurance and sign an indemnification form. According to the CDC, the virus is a rare but serious disease with only a few cases reported in the United States on any given year. most of those in the eastern and Gulf Coast states. But symptoms typically appear 5 to 10 days after infection. They may include fever, vomiting, diarrhea, headache, neurological signs like seizures, and behavioral changes. It has a fatality rate of around 30% and can result in long-term neurological damage. So, all right, almost 1 in 3 who come down with it die from it. So I can see why they're concerned. While the evening lockdowns aim to reduce exposure, experts suggest additional preventative measures. Educating the public in the use of mosquito repellents and community spraying efforts to decrease the mosquito population. Now, I know here a few weeks ago, we had Debbie that rolled through the east. And yes, mosquitoes love that water. And all those eggs that had been setting dormant all begin hatching out in droves when they get the ponding of water after heavy rains. All right, a Monday, clear lines at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I got an email from the Grump. Morning, Grump. Hope all's going well out there. As he always says, just my opinion, which we all have. In regards to RFK, he said, Steve, I wouldn't put a lot into Kennedy's endorsement for Trump. I think if Harris would have offered him a cabinet position, he might still be telling the world how evil Trump is. Another political chameleon that would sell his soul for a Green Deal. This election is going to come down to a handful of votes. If the Republicans fail on their lawsuits in cleaning up the voter registrations in battleground states right now, Harris is the flavor of the day for the Democrats and some independents. That will change the election. What will change the election is the debates, if she does them, and Trump can keep his motor mouth in check. When she starts responding and starts doing interviews, voters will see exactly how stupid she and her running mate really are. I mean, with her out there doing scripted campaign events, not talking to the press, this is you remember the Joe Biden in the basement tactic, where you didn't see hide nor hair of Joe through most of that election cycle because of the pandemic. Keep him in the basement. And the DNC hopes she continues for fear of her gaffe-prone exposure and for being the last person in the room over this failed economy. Now, I've heard countless people saying how Trump's going to run away with this election. And I always ask, I said, hey, were you asleep during the last election? Because between the swamp and the DNC, the possibility of a President Harris is a sad reality. This election, like the last several, is going to come down to a handful of undecideds and crossovers. And I'd like for that to be just my opinion, but it is a sad reality. So not necessarily just his opinion, but all right, thank you, Grump. Under industry headlines, a Nashville, Tennessee-based freight brokerage abruptly ceasing operations last week, laying off about 130 employees after the parent company pulled the plug on operations without warning. According to those familiar with the layoffs, a manager for Universal Capacity Solutions, UCS, told FreightWaves on Thursday that a skeleton crew is staying on to help the wind down, ensure that the trucking companies hauling loads for the now defunct 3PL are paid. He said initial reports of some motor carriers being stranded under loads with no guidance from the now defunct 3PL could possibly be chalked up to a miscommunication when trucking companies were unable to reach the brokers through which they had booked the loads with UCS. It's chaotic around here, but we'll stay open for as long as it takes to pay all the carriers, according to the manager who did not want to be named for fear of retaliation. We do have a skeleton crew right now, and we're trying to answer as many phone calls as we can to track down any paperwork we need to pay these companies. Some trucking companies had shared messages from UCS brokers about the 3PL's demise on Wednesday of last week. FreightWaves could not independently verify the closure till last Thursday. Universal Capacity Solutions, a wholly owned subsidiary of Universal Logistics Holdings, headquartered in Warren, Michigan, ULH operates several subsidiaries that provide logistics and transportation services throughout North America. As of publication Thursday, Tim Phillips, president and CEO of ULH, had not responded to FreightWaves for comment. Back in December of 2009, ULH acquired Cavalry Logistics from its founder, Bob King. It renamed the Nashville-based 3PL to UCS in January of 2020. FreightWaves did confirm last week ULH had not filed a WARN Act notice with the Tennessee Department of Labor about their plans to close the brokerage, eliminating 130 jobs. Now, we know employers with more than 100 employees are required to notify workers as part of the federal law. WARN requires employers to provide their employees with a 60-day notice of a massive layoff. In some instances, the WARN Act can make an exception for mass layoffs caused by business circumstances that were not, quote, reasonably foreseeable at the time of the 60-day notice being required. Now, some familiar with the situation say they knew the brokerage was financially struggling, and the ongoing freight recession, which has forced hundreds of trucking and logistics companies to shut down or scale back over the past few years. Yeah, we were under a lot of pressure to make money, but we were all in utter shock when the announcement was made that we're closing, according to the manager. Everyone in the office that was tenured more than 6 months was given severance, which helps. But freight fraud, stolen loads, double brokered loads have become a real problem in this recessionary market. If you're running right at 10% or 8%, where most of us are, and you come up with a stolen load, that just blew the profit for that account for an entire month's time. And, of course, we've been following the stolen freight, the double brokering, the legislation that's in the works to try to address some of those things over the past couple of years. And that's a problem that's just getting worse. Rolling toward news break, top of the hour, just ahead here as we head toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Real quick, privately owned less-than-truckload carrier Estes announcing they've closed on lease purchases of 7 terminals previously operated by the now-defunct Yellow Corporation, announcing last Thursday the new locations will result in a net increase of 290 doors to their national network of 11,832. Estes has added 508 doors this year, a 4.5% increase from the end of 2023. They plan to add 940 more within the next 9 months. Estes said they remain debt-free following the transaction. We applaud our team's hard work and dedication for how quickly we've been able to deploy and take advantage of these new assets, which include hundreds of shipping containers and trailers throughout our fleet. They'll be relocating terminals in the large metro areas of Milwaukee, Minneapolis, and Charlotte, North Carolina. Relocations will also occur in mid-size markets, Rockford, Illinois, South Bend, Indiana, and Eugene, Oregon. The new Charlotte facility has 275 doors. That'll be the largest in their network.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagruti Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention. Jen O'Malley Dillon claimed this is the most ever for any presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at last week's Democratic Party convention in Chicago and what it tells us about Kamala Harris's likely approach to foreign policy if the Vice President wins the keys to the Oval Office in November. Her speech last Thursday was thin on policy details, both with relation to domestic and global issues, but Anne-Marie Slaughter, the former head of the State Department's policy planning team in the Obama administration, says the speech offered some clues.
She segued from I stand for freedom, freedom for women to determine their bodies, freedom for, in terms of civil rights and all Americans to have an equal shot, and right into, and I stand for freedom in the world. I stand for the United States against tyranny. What you didn't hear was the Biden democracies versus autocracies dimension. It was much more personal. It was Putin's a tyrant. And we know where we stand against tyrants. And again, she listed the autocrats. She made that crack about Donald Trump doesn't stand up to them because he wants to be one. But I was very struck that here was a Democratic candidate. And what I came away with was strength and freedom and patriotism.
She spoke to Foreign Policy magazine. Whether Kamala Harris puts any meat on the very bare bones of that policy will be one of the stories to follow as the US election campaign advances. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fire hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other, 3 killed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea again. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. 3:06 a.m. Eastern. Here comes a Monday. Hello to Gary. Gary's on board as we get the new week underway. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Hope you had a good weekend there, Gary. Well, what would be another day without another electric vehicle fire to discuss in the news? And in this case, I'm thinking it could have got pretty ugly. Because this was at the Rivian Automotive's plant in Normal, Illinois over the weekend that ultimately did damage a number of vehicles Saturday night. According to a spokesperson for the company, they added that the assembly plant itself was not affected. They're investigating the cause of the fire. I'm thinking, okay, well, I'd start with a battery. Lucky this was a vehicle that was parked outside the plant rather than inside the facility. Like I said, that could have been nasty. According to the National Fire Public Information Officer, Matt Swanee, the fire crew was called to the electric vehicle manufacturing facility about 9:43 p.m. Central Time. Vehicle fire in the parking lot on the north side of the plant. Ultimately, they did confirm the fire had been put out. No reports of injuries to firefighters or Rivian personnel. But this, another electric vehicle maker known for their R1S SUVs and the R1T pickups. It's right now in the middle of expanding their Seoul plant to produce their smaller, more affordable R2 SUV. They say that's going to be crucial to their future due to the slowdown in demand for electric vehicles. Earlier last week, Stellantis said that they had appointed Rivian's head of manufacturing operations, Tim Fallon, as their head of manufacturing in North America. Shares of the electric vehicle firm have tumbled nearly 41% so far this year, dropping like a brick. Yeah, the S&P 500 is where they're on the market. And the S&P 500 has seen a gain of almost 18% this year. So when you look at the big picture. Now that takes us to a coalition of California Republican state lawmakers that are urging the governor to hit the pause button on their advanced clean fleets rule after 2 separate fiery truck crashes involving lithium-ion batteries caused massive traffic disruptions. Last week, Assemblyman Tom Lackey of Palmdale issued a letter to Newsom to delay the implementation of your advanced clean fleets mandate, signed by 20 Republican State Assembly and Senate members, raising safety concerns about emergency crews and their ability to respond to electric truck crashes. This call to delay the advanced clean fleets rule piles onto multiple hurdles that the regulation already faces, on top of several federal and state lawsuits challenging the legality. This rule has not yet received the approval from the federal government that they have to get to begin enforcing it. But this came one day after the electric truck crash that shut down Interstate 80 for 16 hours. That less than a month after a crash involving a truck hauling lithium-ion batteries shut down Interstate 15 for 2 days. In both cases, first responders struggling to contain the intense fire caused by the lithium-ion batteries. It was last Monday, the 19th, the Tesla semi-electric truck that caught fire on I-80 in California, about 50 miles west of the Nevada border. A portion of that interstate was shut down for 16 hours as crews tried to contain the fire. They were holding trucks on both sides of the interstate. Thousands and thousands of gallons of water, they do say, were used on a fire that reached 1,000 degrees. Now, they say a lithium-ion battery has to cool down to 100 degrees before it can be removed. They even had to deploy air attacks that are typically used for wildfires in this case. 2 days after the incident, the NTSB said they're opening an investigation into the crash. Of course, we had the July 26th tractor trailer hauling 6 lithium-ion batteries that caught fire on Interstate 15, shutting down that interstate for 2 days, leaving motorists stranded in a triple-digit heat. The detours on I-40 were backed up for 50 miles, if you could imagine. According to KVVU in Las Vegas, California Highway Patrol said that fiery crash involved lithium-ion batteries was the first of its kind in the U.S. So trying to put the brakes on this mandate, which is really just putting more and more, trying to force these electric vehicles on the road. Lawmakers point out that there was minimal action first responders could take because adding water to a lithium-ion fire would release toxic fumes. In addition to disrupting travel and commerce, the I-15 incident could have endangered lives and properties. The massive shutdown of a major interstate illustrates the state of California is not ready for your advanced clean fleets mandate. That's the one that requires that 100% of manufacturers' sales be zero tailpipe emission trucks by 2036. Drayage operations, government fleets, and high-priority fleets, that's 50 or more vehicles, are all affected by this regulation in the state of California. And as we mentioned last week, there are several other states. We had Massachusetts, followed by the state of Washington last week, and now the state of New Jersey. 3 of the 5 states that have signed on to this advanced clean fleets California legislation starting January of next year, all saying, we better not do this. In New Jersey, there's 2 state legislators that are calling for hearings on the electric vehicle mandates approved by the state agency. It was the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection that adopted Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks electric vehicle mandates, aligning with California's standards. These representatives are now calling for legislative hearings on the mandates. Specifically, they're concerned about the car and truck mandates recently approved by the State Department of Environmental Protection. They're trying to say state bureaucrat employees should not be circumventing the duly elected legislature by imposing restrictive California-style mandates on the residents and the businesses. Instead of bypassing the legislature, we should be as transparent as possible by giving stakeholders a platform and an opportunity to be part of the conversation. So the list just kind of goes on. And they're talking about the financial impacts. There's one gentleman that owns, a petroleum transport company with nearly 500 trucks. He said this electric vehicle rule change will have huge economic impact. The impact of mandating electric trucks in New Jersey will be massive. Not only do they cost triple what diesel trucks cost, they are substantially heavier, which would increase payloads and demand more trucks being deployed onto the roadways. This would result in increased cost of goods on the state that's already struggling through inflation. In the end, trucking companies will simply leave the state and park across state lines, leaving a giant hole in the state's budget. Again, this is to be implemented January 1 of 2025. That's the Advanced Clean Trucks legislation. The Advanced Clean Cars regulation takes effect on January 1 of 2027. He said, make no mistake, the requirement to electrify trucks will result in a truckload of cost increases on New Jersey consumers since everything gets to the store or your front door via a truck. We just keep hearing that message over and over and over again. Eagle wanted to chime in a bit more in regards to, I think you wanted to talk a little bit about the monkeypox.
Yeah. I wanted to get back in, Steve, talk about, the monkeypox is one other situation. Okay. What I'm understanding, they said last week on your show, at the end of the week, that monkeypox has turned up in another country. I think they said Sweden or something. Some guy that went to Africa on vacation or something, and somehow he picked up the virus and took it back to Sweden. So now they got to deal with that situation. So the U.S., like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, just a matter of time before it gets into the U.S. because as we speak right now, Steve, do you? Well, no. That's not even. As of right now, Steve, Joe Biden is vacant. The White House is vacant. Well, let's just say the White House is vacant until the election in November. This guy Joe Biden is not doing nothing, Steve, about the border. When it comes to the border, and monkeypox is included, all borders should be shut down, Steve. When you got an international disease like this, they should have learned a lesson from the COVID virus. It shouldn't have to be this way. Shouldn't have to worry about people coming into the U.S. Mm-hmm. But getting to the border, let's talk about the border situation right quick, Steve. It's hard to believe almost 4 years has passed since I've been talking to you the same damn thing for damn near 4 years, and guess what? Guess what we've accomplished in those 4 years, Steve? Absolutely nothing. All the complaining, all the talking has done nothing. Kamala Harris says so. So as far as we know, Steve, there's somebody else that's running the border because she thinks she not. She thinks she ain't the borders are. That's what she say. But yet still, they got the words. They don't play the audio of Joe Biden. Words coming out of Joe Biden's mouth saying, "Kamala, you are the border czar. You are in charge of this border." And we clearly see what has happened 20, 30, 8, 9, 10, 15 million people don't walk into the U.S. There's somebody walking into the U.S. as we speak tonight, Steve. You know, who this person is, I don't know. It could be an international terrorist. He could be a man out of jailhouse. He could be a child molester. He could be a woman abuser. We don't know who these people are, Steve. We don't even know their damn name, let alone who they are. They're still stepping into the U.S. And yet she goes on the television last Thursday, and accepts the role of Democratic nominee, even though she didn't earn it, like Trump continues to say. They nominated a person that didn't receive one vote, Steve. That didn't receive one vote for the nomination. Joe Biden received that nomination. He decided to step down, or was forced to step down, and she stepped in.
Right.
That's the way it went down. So like I told you, Steve, the border is for all those people out there. I know Democrats don't really listen to your show, so I'm basically talking to myself. But just in case they do listen to the show, as far as Kamala goes in 2024, Steve, or 25, Kamala is not going to shut down the border. She's going to tell these idiots anything they want to hear, that she's planning on doing something when she gets in the White House. She has no plans of shutting this border down. She has no plans of deporting these people out of the country. She has no plans whatsoever of cleaning this border up and building a wall like Trump is talking. So when murders and rapes continue in America, you have these idiots that vote for Kamala Harris in 2014. They have nobody to blame but themselves, because I promise you, Kamala is not going to shut the border down. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you very much. No, absolutely. It's comical for her to say that we're going to address and secure our border. So, well, I mean, but so many people apparently don't realize they're in charge now. She's currently the vice president of the United States. What is she going to propose come January of next year that she can't do at this very moment?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back on a Monday. I do believe Mr. Horsefeathers has an electric vehicle battery fire story to share. What you got?
Yeah, Your Honor. So yesterday morning when I woke up there, I'd actually been out Saturday to a fire muster there, a little muster by a fire department called Pleasant Hill Fire Department, which is out near Hanover, Pennsylvania. And if you recognize Hanover, because a lot of your snack foods and a lot of your canned vegetables actually come out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. But you got your Snyder's of Hanover and your Martin's chips. I think the Martin's might be a little more regionalized, but anyways, the Snyder's of Hanover I think is a pretty big name, especially in the in the pretzel world. So anyways, I was out there and did that and had a real nice day with those good folks, and got the fire truck home. And as I say, I got up in the morning and I start scrolling the Facebook just a little bit to see what's new in the world, and hey, come across this pickup truck that had a battery fire that was responded to by the Pleasant Hills Fire Department in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Notice I had an S on the end of that one. The other one did not have an S. So I had to research a little bit, but found out there's actually the two different towns. The only difference in their name is the S at the end. So make that a little bit confusing. But anyway, so they'd actually responded to a hybrid vehicle that its battery had a fire, and they spent over an hour pouring water on the hybrid batteries, you know, with to try to get it to cool down enough that they could actually do something with it. But they'd set up a monitor nozzle and just stood back and just let the water flow there, and you know, so it's just another one of those. But you know, I don't know, maybe even the hybrids aren't as safe as, you know, everybody's kind of looking at, well, maybe we'll just do hybrids if we don't do totally battery. And I don't know, are the hybrids just as bad as the regular battery ones? Because, I don't know, they have a battery in them.
Mm-hmm.
But here's another thought for you, and I was just contemplating this while you were reading the story there about California and that. Are the municipalities that, I mean, now they're all, you know, the government agencies, municipalities. So at some point that means that they're going to want all their buses to be electric and all their garbage trucks to be electric. And, I bet you they want all their fire trucks to be electric, Your Honor, as well as their ambulances. Well, what are they going to do when their fire truck has a battery fire on the way to put out a battery fire?
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just, you can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. You just cannot make it up. But and the other thing is how there was not too long ago, there was, I think it was I believe it was Los Angeles County. I'm not sure now if it was the city or the county, but they actually lost a whole firehouse. One of their pieces of apparatus caught on fire in the firehouse at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it happened to be a passerby actually alerted the people in the fire station, the members of the fire department in the fire station sleeping in their quarters, that their apparatus was on fire in their bay because they did not have fire alarm system or sprinkler system out in the apparatus bay.
Wow.
So, you know, they were in their living quarters and didn't realize the other side of their building was on fire, and they did not get any equipment out of the building. They got themselves out and very minimal stuff that they could grab on their way, and they actually had to sound an alarm and have other units respond from other firehouses to come put their fire out. And you know, their building and their equipment was a total loss. So I'm not sure if any of those vehicles were electric in there. The story didn't go that in depth of what vehicles were in there. But you know, how many times have we heard stories where these manufacturers are telling people do not park your cars inside your garage,
right?
Because especially these people that have these row homes or townhomes where they're 3 stories and their bottom level is a garage. Can you imagine parking your battery car inside your garage that's underneath your living room, that's underneath your bedroom? I don't know. Just kind of scary, Your Honor. Just really scary.
Kind of a bit of it's a death trap. It's a nightmare waiting to come to fruition. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll get to our news break here. But thank you for chiming back in there, Horse Feathers. Cue Ball wants to also discuss electric truck fires. Maybe a little something about the mosquito lockdowns we were talking about there in Massachusetts. Don't go out after 6 in the evening. Right? More to come after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagrati Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention. Presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transportation Security Administration said over the weekend they are preparing to screen more than 17 million people in what is expected to be the busiest Labor Day travel period on record, starting this Thursday through Wednesday, September 4. Obviously, the peak travel day is projected to be Friday, when the TSA said they expect to screen 2.86 million air travelers. Busy. Morning, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, I don't remember which one it was, but a while back there was a real big wildfire out there in California. I forget how many years ago it was. They blamed it on a defective truck, like exhaust after treatment. Do you remember which one that was?
I don't remember the name of the fire, but yes, I do recall being started by the hot exhaust.
Yep. Yeah, it was a DPF filter that was malfunctioning or not maintained right or cleaned out. It was spitting molten, carbon out of it or whatever. I don't remember what the detail exact was, but truck exhaust system started a pretty massive fire. How long do you think it's going to be till one of these electric truck fires that are extremely difficult to put out catch fire in some real prime real estate out there that's easy to catch fire, and people's homes and businesses and all of that start going up in flames because of these trucks? I mean, people don't realize, out there where it's all dry and so on, and California already has issues with wildfires already. The last thing you need is vehicles catching fire and then, just creating all that issue. Think about it. If you got a vehicle fire and it sets the grass on the road on fire, eventually, vehicle fires, think about it, just a regular vehicle, like a regular gas-powered car or even truck, the fire ain't going to burn really all that long. Because once all the fuel's consumed, it just kind of burns itself out. These batteries, they form their own, they make their own heat. When they short out, they just start, it's an electrical fire is what it is.
Thermal runaway, they call it.
And there's no way to turn the juice. Right. And there's no way to turn the juice off. I remember years ago they started talking about this stuff. Remember back when you could get your battery out of your cell phone? It used to be a pretty famous video. You take your cell phone battery, you smack it with a hammer, and it just blisters up, pops, and it burns.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a little bitty battery in your phone compared to these massive batteries that are in a truck. People don't realize, and I really wish, we lost it since we lost the educational system in this country. People lost the ability to think for themselves. You kind of have to go back to, junior high school level science. You're in a very, we have a lot of different units of measure when it comes to energy. You can measure it in joules. You can measure it in calories. Yeah, that's right, calories. That's energy, not what you eat. Having to do with energy storage. Anyway, joules, calories, another one's BTU. You could use horsepower. You could use there's a myriad of different ones out there, right? But in the end, you're going down a road in a vehicle. It takes a certain amount of energy, regardless of what you call it, to propel that vehicle down a road. You could take it from a solar power, stick it in a battery, run it through an electric motor, and shove the vehicle down the road. You can burn it through a diesel engine, directly couple that diesel engine to a drive line, and put it down the road. You could burn it through a diesel engine, couple it through a generator, send it to an electric motor, and then send it down the road. Either way, you're consuming energy to go down the road. Energy consumed to do a work, to make forward progress, to do work. Don't matter where you get it from, don't matter how you burn it, how you consume it, whether you consume a fuel, store it in a tank, store it in a battery, and then produce the work, or you burn it as you go, like what I'm doing right now with a diesel. The fuel is in storage in the fuel. The energy is in the fuel, and then it's burned and directly coupled. Either way, you're using energy to do the work. I know it's long-winded, but no matter how you cut it, that's all it is. Plain and simple. So in the end, you ain't saving anything. It's energy consumed or used to do work. Period. You're just altering the form of fuel and how you consume it. That's all. But you're not changing a damn thing. There's a lot of unintended consequences. Oh, Lord, that's a common theme in this show. We
Yes,
talk
sir.
about government regulations and trucking and other things. Unintended consequences. Well, these fires are one of them. And these vehicles are not really all that prevalent yet. Imagine if they were, how much worse it'd be. It's a problem, and it's going to be a much bigger problem. But whatever. I look at it like California, New Jersey, even states like Massachusetts. These states, in my opinion, are basically lost. They get what they get what they ask for, and when they get what they ask for, I hope they enjoy it. Steve, I've often said in the trucking industry for years now, where do they get the right to restrict our travel when bad weather comes? All of a sudden, our rights to travel and our participation in interstate commerce can be arbitrarily shut down because of bad weather. I've been saying that for a long time when they started doing the travel bans. And they actually would say travel bans. It's amazing what they would that they would pull that off, and nobody ever questioned it. And I said that for years prior to COVID. And then after they pulled the lockdowns on us in COVID, I've said many times, I've said it on your show, where do you think that they got the idea from that they could do that, completely unconstitutional, and do it anyway? Where do you think they got the idea from? And I had said we let them get away with it because us as the trucking industry let it happen when they say, thou shalt not drive on this road because it's going to snow later. Or it might snow a lot now, but it's not really, it's just wet roads. It's not even sticking. I don't know how many years we've just been pushing trucks through the snow and dealing with it. And now all of a sudden, they just deem, okay, we're just going to ban the travel, and that's that. I remember years ago, it was long before COVID. I remember when they first started doing travel bans, and I was in New York or Connecticut, or I think it was Connecticut. I'm not really sure. It was many years ago. And up northern, like Maine, Vermont area, and maybe Massachusetts, we're calling down Connecticut, New York, or whichever, and saying, hey, you need to let them trucks roll. We're running out of food up here. The grocery stores are starting, the grocery warehouses,
Right.
we're starting to run out of product because states south of there weren't allowing trucks to drive through there. And then they said, okay, but only if you're hauling groceries, so we'll let you go. Well, I think that's where the idea came from. You could lock us down because people were getting sick with COVID. Now, I'm curious if this isn't the first, whether it's, that's the thing people don't recognize. I don't really know how to get into the weeds with it, but if the government recommends you lock down because of a mosquito, even if it's just a somebody's can do something to you if you disobey their, quote, recommendation. I mean, not for nothing. If you own a business in one of them towns in Massachusetts that's supposed to lock down because of mosquitoes, and you say, yeah, we're not closing my business because of a mosquito, well, you know, later on you got to go to the same government that you told to go F themselves when you got to renew your business license or your permit, or you want to build a shed in your yard or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's voluntary, that same government you told to go F themselves can come at you later for something else. It adds a chilling effect to it. People don't want to realize that, so I'm kind of curious on who's actually going to follow this. And isn't there a little bit of an enforcement arm to this thing? Because I remember at the tail end of that article you were reading, it said, didn't you need some kind of a special permission for some public space thing or something? Or I forget what that all... I really didn't catch the detail of that. But there was something that they were taking from you. And it might be the first time I've ever heard that they're trying to lock a place down or shut it down or whatever because of mosquitoes. You mean to tell me this is the first time in the history of ever that a mosquito carried an illness? We all know that's not true. What was there? You watch any documentary on when they were building the Panama Canal, the biggest issue they had down there with men getting killed in the construction of that canal, I think it was malaria or something, and it was mosquitoes. Well, their answer was to slay all the mosquitoes until they controlled the mosquito problem by just killing all the mosquitoes with however which pesticide or chemical they used to do it. Guys are dropping like flies, pun intended, because of the issues from the mosquitoes. So with that being said, why is the problem not solved by eliminating the mosquito rather than the communist totalitarian style of, quote, lockdowns? We've never locked anything down over a damn mosquito. How come now we're doing it? Where did they get that idea from, Steve? Not like they haven't done that before. Or we let them get away with it. You know, when you think about all the crap that they put us through with the COVID and the lockdowns, has anybody ever been punished for what was done to us as a society? I don't think so. I don't think any government official that recommended all that crap ever even faced a day in jail or paid a red cent in a fine for what they've done. So until you start holding these bastards accountable, nothing's going to change, and they'll keep doing it. So I hope whatever town it is in Massachusetts, I hope they tell their government to go F themselves. We're not doing it. And then when they retaliate against you, I hope they actually figure out a way to do something about it.
Yeah.
But it's Massachusetts, and I think all the same people already left.
Well, of course, they're saying it's a voluntary curfew. At this point, we're not going to, no punishment, but, I mean, it's for your safety. We recommend you stay indoors after 6 p.m.
Right. Sure. For your safety. Meanwhile, who's going to enforce, even if it, you know, it's like, who's going to enforce this anyway?
Yeah.
You know, you got to be outside to do that, right? What are we going to do? We're going to have, you know, I wonder if it's not going to, I don't know. I hope, like I said, if they nip it in the bud and stop it now, maybe it won't spread. But I guarantee you, someone's going to come up with an idea like that in the future over maybe the same thing or worse. Like I said, until we stop these people from doing this, they're never going to actually stop. They'll just keep trying. They can see voluntary all you want, but you have to go to that same government on bended knee to get a license to do anything out there. You want to have a lemonade stand or, you know, sell an item, hey, you gotta beg for them to give you the license to do it, you know. So voluntary my ass. There's always a little coercion involved.
Yeah, well, Cue Ball, good to hear from you here on a Monday. Thank you for checking in. And everybody kind of saying, is the monkeypox, is this the next iteration of COVID? Is this what's going to bring schooling from home, people back to working from home due to this emergency declaration? And most everybody's saying that no. This World Health Organization declaration really comes down to money. By making this declaration, it's a plea to get money to put into the vaccines for the countries that are dealing with the monkeypox. The Republic of the Congo. Public health officials, medical professionals, quick to note, monkeypox is very different from COVID. In an effort to separate fact from fiction, People magazine spoke to the Associate Professor of Public Health at the University of New Haven, asking the question, is monkeypox the new COVID? In a word, no. Even the World Health Organization has made it painfully clear this is not the new COVID when they issued the emergency alert. They issue these type of emergency alerts in order to prompt the acceleration of vaccine access for lower-income countries. In other words, the declaration of a global health emergency is not necessarily a means of warning people all over the planet that they might come in contact with the virus, but rather to allow entities like UNICEF to procure vaccines for distribution. And to procure vaccines, you have to have money. They need money to purchase said vaccines. It's a way to get more tools to support those in the more heavily affected areas. I mean, do you realize that a lot more is known about the monkeypox? It was first identified in the late 1950s in laboratory monkeys. That's why it's the monkeypox. Human cases have been documented since the 1970s, and we know a lot more about it. The reason more people are talking about monkeypox on social media is due to a new variant. It's like most viruses, it mutated. We understand the value of disease surveillance, monitoring, prevention efforts, but you have to note that a vaccine is available, and it is FDA approved. There's a lot more fidelity in the treatment of this than there was COVID when the pandemic first started. And this monkeypox vaccine, it goes back, how many years? It's nothing to do with the likes of mRNA. It's the old traditional virus vaccine, but it costs money. They're trying to procure millions of dollars to purchase the vaccines.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I've never been to the Democratic Republic of Congo. I have no desire to go, but it's almost comical when they're talking about the monkeypox. It has an element of zoonotic transmission, meaning it can spread between animals and people, either by ingesting the uncooked meat of an affected animal or by touching an affected animal. Human-to-human contact, mostly within households, is the biggest concern. Should you be worried if you're traveling to an area that's affected by it? They said that the most important thing to do when traveling internationally with known monkeypox outbreaks is get the vaccine. There is an approved vaccine. It offers the best protection you can have. It's 2 doses, 4 weeks apart. And if someone has already had it, the monkeypox, they don't need a vaccine because the body's developed resistance. This is what I thought was funny. If traveling to a country which has a known outbreak, lower your risk factors during sexual encounters or any type of close personal contact with someone who may have the virus. But it goes beyond that. If you're traveling and going to raves, parties, clubs, areas where there's minimal clothing, there could be direct skin-to-skin contact where you might not even be able to see a rash on someone else or be aware of it. Avoid risky social gatherings in an area where an outbreak is occurring. Okay. Wash your hands would be a priority. Do they hold raves? What kind of nightclubs do they have in the Congo? I don't know. Meanwhile, so we've got news break coming up. Knucklebuster's going to join us out of the top of the hour break. We did have word over the weekend, a commercial ship traveling through the Red Sea that had come under repeated attack last week, leaving the vessel, quote, not under command, drifting ablaze after an assault suspected to have been carried out by the Yemeni Houthis. According to the British military, few details were available about the attack, but this comes during the Houthis' months-long campaign targeting ships over the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. The attack saw men on small boats first open fire with small arms some 90 miles west of the rebel-held Yemeni port. The British military's United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center said 4 projectiles also hit the ship. It was not immediately clear if that was drones, was it missiles. When they say the vessel is not under command, that means it has lost all power. No casualties reported at this point. Later, they warned the ship is drifting while on fire in the Red Sea. The Houthis have targeted more than 80 vessels with missiles and drones since the war on Gaza started back in October. Seizing 1 vessel, they have sunk 2 in the campaign that also killed 4 sailors. So we'll see about, I guess they're trying to probably get those the vessel operators off the ship to a safe place, and whether or not this one may be the 3rd one they've sunk. We'll get a news break and back to your calls after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. U.S. officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea, in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagrati Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention. Jen O'Malley Dillon claimed this is the most ever for any presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at last week's Democratic Party convention in Chicago and what it tells us about Kamala Harris's likely approach to foreign policy if the Vice President wins the keys to the Oval Office in November. Her speech last Thursday was thin on policy details, both with relation to domestic and global issues, but Anne-Marie Slaughter, the former head of the State Department's policy planning team in the Obama administration, says the speech offered some clues.
She segued from I stand for freedom, freedom for women to determine their bodies, freedom for, in terms of civil rights and all Americans to have an equal shot, and right into, and I stand for freedom in the world. I stand for the United States against tyranny. What you didn't hear was the Biden democracies versus autocracies dimension. It was much more personal. It was Putin's a tyrant. And we know where we stand against tyrants. And again, she listed the autocrats. She made that crack about Donald Trump doesn't stand up to them because he wants to be one. But I was very struck that here was a Democratic candidate, and what I came away with was strength and freedom and patriotism.
She spoke to Foreign Policy magazine. Whether Kamala Harris puts any meat on the very bare bones of that policy will be one of the stories to follow as the US election campaign advances. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fire hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 killed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea again. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we kick off that final hour here on a Monday, back to the old grind, I shared a video. Kind of like the man on the street interview. This was like the truck driver in the yard interview from one of the social media influencers. I'm not sure who the guy is, but he talks to truck drivers. And the video I shared was they're interviewing this guy that said he's old school. Back in the days before the ELD came out, that he could run 1,300 and 1,500 miles a day. And I was like, how about some thoughts from my truck driving friends, is the way I put it. Would anyone really want to push that hard anyway? I did also say, he specifically pointed out, he said, I'd leave Vero Beach, Florida to Kenosha, Wisconsin. Now, I looked that up. That's 1,320 miles. He said, I'd leave Wednesday night and be there Thursday night, like 24 hours later. Is that even possible? And I did kind of comment. Bennies, Little Whites, some of the terms they used to use. Truck drivers taking things to keep them going, right? Some of the comments from our listening friends. Fred said, I've seen this guy on TikTok a few times, and he talks so much BS. He's a legend in his own mind. Okay. James said, he's part of the problem in the industry. Why would you admit in a public forum doing that kind of stuff? I'm happy running my 300 to 500 miles a day, home nights, paid by the hour. Been on this gig 5 years now. Daniel said, I'm calling BS. Yes, I've run hard, but when a guy's bragging about it, I don't think so. I think he's full of BS. Yes, I've done some pretty stupid stuff years ago. Run my bodies hard. I've run hard. My body has paid a high price for it. High blood pressure, heart problems. Hauling livestock's not an easy job. What I hear from that guy, it's nothing but hot air. Or maybe wanting to be a real outlaw truck driver. Okay. Let's see. Mike said 75 miles per hour, 20 hours straight, 1,500 miles. No fuel, no bathroom breaks. I say he's a lion-ass truck driver. Now, kind of right in line with that, Big Ed said, yep, I can believe it. Obviously, with the gap between his teeth, he doesn't have time to go to the dentist. I got $10 that says you walk past him in the truck stop when he stops. He leaves his calling card like Pepe Le Pew, and that lingers for 5 minutes. It's the smell of a super trucker. Crip Shot said, I don't believe that guy. Now, Lauren Weiss said, I do that all the time. It is why livestock has its own hours of service called the Halls Act, no ELD. It's also why few, if any, drivers want to haul livestock. Those kind of miles are very doable without any dope. It just takes the right kind of person. A guy has to want to do it. 2-time Hall of Fame manure. Oh, I'm sorry. He's the real hauler. Monkey Gouger's the manure hauler. I don't know. So, okay. So what was there one others? James said, I ran 3,500 to 4,000 miles a week on paper as a company driver in a 62-mile-an-hour truck 15 years ago before the mandate. Until I saw the black dog. I know I had gone too far, pushed too hard. I stopped it then and there. I ran until I felt the first signs of actual fatigue. Yes, that meant still running 18 hours a day. But it was taking a toll on my body I still have issues with. Do I think our clocks should be a straight 14, regardless of what we're doing? Absolutely. That's a good day that most of us could get done without killing ourselves. I get maybe 4 hours of sleep at night on the road because I'm not tired enough to sleep when I stop. But with the ELDs, I can't stop if I need to. And that is a bigger problem, he says. What do you say, Knuckle Buster? How many miles you want to run in one day?
When I go to Vegas, I run 800 miles a day for 4 days straight. That's 72.727272 miles an hour, see? You can do it. You got to keep that left door closed. I don't go in the truck stop. The only reason I go in the truck stop is get fuel and then take a shower at the end of the day there, right?
Right.
So, ain't nothing wrong with that. I never took anything to stay awake. If I get tired, I lay down and go to bed. That's the best thing to do. I would never admit to having any health problems on the air there. Or I've never had a speeding ticket. Is that a lie? Oh, wait a minute. I just told a lie. I'm sorry. Tennessee told me when I was 40 years old, she said, boy, you got the driving record of an 18-year-old boy, not a 40-year-old man. So, but she made me straighten it up. So today I don't have any tickets and don't want any either. So well, how was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. It's kind of interesting going to a wedding shower. That was a little different.
Yeah, don't you just love weddings and wedding showers and baby showers? I always bail on Tennessee when it comes to that mess there. So, did you ever get an AirPod on your dog's collar so that if he runs off, you'll be able to find him?
I did not. No, I do not.
Well, we got one on Ziggy, and let me tell you what Tennessee has done with that boy. Now, she's trained every one of our dogs. If on your phone, you tap that little button to locate your AirPods. Well, she's got Ziggy jumping up and coming right to her no matter where he's at and getting a treat for it. So I thought that was pretty cool. So she's got him trained to do that. I don't know what all she's got me trained to do, but hell, I don't know. I guess I say yes, ma'am, all the time, right?
All right.
As far as them astronauts up there, I got news for Eagle. Let me tell you something. If it was me, I would want
them to take every precaution to get my butt home safely. I promise you. I can fly all day. It's that sudden stop and that crashing and burning what bothers me there. Right?
Bingo. Yes. Yes.
Yep, absolutely there. So anyway, I'm over here in Texas trying to make Ardmore, Oklahoma. I'm riding around over here on the borderline over here. So y'all have a great morning. Been a great show. Interesting. So keep it up. You're doing a fantastic job.
Well, thank you. Knuckle Buster, good to have you with us as we get the new week underway. There you go. There's Scarecrow. Good morning.
Hey, man. Yeah. Hey, did you have any reports during the first hour of the program breaking up once in a while? Maybe it was just over the app, but it did. The broadcast would stop and it'd revert to your theme song. That'd occasionally run for 10, 15 seconds, and then your broadcast came back on again. That took place quite a few times there, Steve. Anybody else ever mentioned it to you?
Nobody else mentioned it. No. Like, how long did that go on?
Oh, well, as I say, it was during the first hour. They stopped for fuel at the top of the hour, and I don't think it ever bothered after that or since.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it did. Oh, it probably did a dozen times or more on my end, anyway. But all's well now, so I guess that's history, huh? No, we're what are we hanging at? We've dropped to 77 degrees here finally. We've been hanging at 80 plus all night here.
Wow. I know you've got
88.
You got the excessive heat warnings up there today. It's supposed to feel like 100, 105, I think.
Yeah, our local one, they gave us feel like 110 this afternoon.
Really? Wow.
We look and then figure, well, that's about just right, because I hit the rack when I get home this morning now and get up mid-afternoon. I got a couple outdoor projects I'd like to attack. Well, that's pleasant when you walk out of air conditioning into a wall of heat, I think we may drag our feet on that one a little bit, but no, yesterday too, Steve, the humidity, it just, that's nasty. That's the simplest word I can use for it. Last week, we had lows in the mid to low 50s, most of the week at night, and beautiful, low 70s during the day. It was still a little warm for the bride. She'd prefer it to be about 55 year round, but we did do the pilgrimage last Friday back there for the week follow up to her surgery there, and everything is proper and all. They removed some packing that was up in the nasal cavity, and it's kind of neat because they send the camera up there and then a fancy little vacuum cleaner. I was able to watch it on the monitor. There's 3 different monitors in the room there, and I told them, they send me one of them cameras, I could probably adapt that little suction device there to a shop vac, and any follow-up, we could do it at home. We don't need to be, trekking all the way over to Rochester there for a simple procedure like that. But they got a good chuckle out of that. He did not offer up any excess extra equipment, though, so I left that alone there. But Steve, last week you had a report at one point about that Burning Man thing.
Yes, that's supposed to start I guess it started yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a clip. I don't know if it was YouTube or Pinterest or where the heck I would have seen it. Just yesterday, if not day prior, that it looked like it was a paved roadway going into the facility or the property anyway. And well, it was a bunch of campers and RVs and all lined up, and well, there was a barricade. Some greedy Earth First protesters had set up shop there and stopping access. Well, law enforcement did it right, Steve. They came around with their SUV and they rammed that barricade, and there was a trailer sitting there with a couple individuals on it. They wound up on their keister on the pavement, and well, I don't think they could believe that what had just happened to them their way. That's as short as the video went. I don't know if that's something that could generate any lawsuits or not, but it was one of those, yeah, give it a good fist pump for law enforcement, you know. Oh, I super tuned those ice water power blasters there for your party there. I got some fresh O-rings for it, and my thoughts are, you know, I don't know if Monkey Gouger is going to be attending, but he's got all them ice cubes and such going on there. Wait, you could probably use some crushed ice there, Gouger. We're in the canisters there. Depending on the ice cubes, I might not be able to get the larger ones in that filler neck there, but that's just a thought anyway. What else took place here over the weekend is pretty well. Steve, there's a couple individuals that come to mind. The ones that are slow learners and the ones that just don't give a rat's ass. Well, I'm kind of trying to decide which of those two categories that I apparently fall into here. Now, I've shared with you in the past. I have a best friend. Him and his bride, my bride. We do anything for each other. You know, when there's a problem or trouble, you know, we're there to answer it. Vice versa. Well, it was mid-afternoon Saturday. I just happened to be in the house. We had grabbing a snack mid-afternoon, and my phone rang, and I see his name come up. Well, I knew this was probably not going to be good because him and another pal were out on a memorial bike ride, and I unfortunately was in the middle of a front tire change, so I couldn't make it. But he's only calling me for a run reason that I could imagine. So I asked him if he needed bail money. Well, no, but he could use a ride. Well, he'd locked up, brake caliper apparently locked up, and you know, he had a glowing, one of his brake rotors was glowing. So, but as I say, this is mid-afternoon now, and yep, I'm going to be right there, and it is about an hour and a quarter drive, and so, and you know, the bride, she knows what's going on, and yeah, that's fine and dandy. Well, apparently coming home at 10 o'clock probably wasn't the best option from my standpoint. You know, this is where the doghouse thing comes in again, and it has come to pass, but you know, and she knows that whenever my pal and I get together, you know, the clock kind of disappears.
Right.
And so yeah, that's kind of how the way the day progressed. As I say, it's only about 2.5 hours driving time in this trip, and I left about 3:30, and so you got a 6.5 hour rescue trip. So I don't have to go into details about what took place on the way back from this rescue during this rescue trip, but all come to pass. And by yesterday morning, she was all appreciative of her better half here. So that's how my weekend went yesterday. Just honeydew project. She's all about fall, so a lot of the orange and yellow and gold decorations are coming.
For the scarecrow lovers, fall is their time of year, right?
Oh, let me tell you, while out in Rochester, there's a home decorating store, Kirkland, it's kind of like a Hobby Lobby
Right.
thing. Lots of potpourri, that type of stuff, and so, and we had been in there the week prior, and they got these little wagons you can pull around and throw your goodies in. Well, so I asked her this time, well, do we need another one of them wagons, for this past Friday? And she says, no, I got you. Well, sure enough, guess who's walking around with a armload of goodies, and in the end, I guess we're fortunate we don't have one of them close by to our place. But the thoughts are, we're going to be going back out there in a couple of weeks to talk about the radiation group and all. I got a notion there's going to be another trip into them.
Undoubtedly.
Shop, Steve.
Kirkland pit stop.
That's all.
All right. Well, thank you much there, Scarecrow. Have a wonderful Monday. See what Daryl has going on. First of all, how was your weekend, Daryl?
It was great. I had a birthday party with my family, and the 5 of us had birthdays in August.
Wow.
I see we resurrected Spaceman, and I wanted to let Spaceman know I was sending my prayers out for his full recovery. I heard you talking to him about his situation, and it was good to hear from him. I'd asked you about him a couple of weeks ago, and glad that he called in. I have a family member that works for the Fairfield Fire Department, and he just told me that they bought a $1.5 million ladder truck, got it in last week. So that's what these fire departments have fighting these electric fires. They have to buy this updated equipment, and it is expensive. How's Stryker doing?
Stryker is doing well. The son continues to recuperate. Everybody doing good.
Great. You talked about the Congo. I belong to a Swedish-type covenant church, and they are larger in the Congo than they are in the United States. And some people might recognize this church by the Swedish Hospital in Chicago. Covers about a full square block in downtown Chicago. And that's part of the group that I belong to. And they have large church gatherings there in the Congo. So I'm sure that all those people are aware of the vaccine for the monkey virus. And say the young man Steve is improving with his leg.
Yes, it's going to be a long process, but he's one day at a time.
Well, tell him that Daryl's sending his prayers to him also. And thanks for the show, and thanks for resurrecting Spaceman for me.
All right, yeah, and I did see Spaceman had he shared yesterday, I guess he's getting ready for his surgery this week. And anybody who knows Spaceman, he's notorious for his beard, his long braided beard. He hadn't shaved since 2008. Last time he had shaved, 2008. So I knew it's like you're going to be unrecognizable. Yeah, first time I've seen him without a beard. So he shared some photos this past day, but that was all a part of getting ready. Let me see. But he said just trimmed up for the surgery. Took a few selfies. Last time I shaved was 2008. Hey, you look a little different there, Spaceman, I got to admit. All right, all of his friends saying, yeah, good luck here, looking good. All right, so hopefully everything goes well with the surgery, which is coming up Thursday, I think you said. This week, is that correct? All right, we get a news break here, and who we got on board? I believe Vic will be checking in the C&I Dog. Got you coming up, and it's 844-844-3388. The greatest day of the week. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. In a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East, Hezbollah and Israel fired hundreds of rockets, drones and missiles at each other. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Lebanon and 1 in Israel. Hezbollah says the attack was retaliation for the death of its commander in Beirut last month. Tel Aviv says its strikes were preemptive. Both sides claim they do not want to see an escalation of tensions further and that for now the exchange of fire would stop. This even as ceasefire talks in Cairo between Tel Aviv and Hamas failed to arrive at an agreement. US officials, though, say the talks were still constructive and the group would continue to engage this week. The Philippines and China have clashed in disputed waters of the South China Sea in the latest in a series of confrontations in that strategic waterway. Manila said it was on a resupply mission for fishermen, but Beijing accused a Philippine ship of approaching its coast guard in a, quote, dangerous manner.
Manila accused Beijing of aggressive maneuvers to block its resupply mission, using water cannons and ramming its ship. Beijing said it took control measures and the collision was the Philippines' fault. China claims almost all the South China Sea, despite overlapping claims with the Philippines and other countries. Beijing and Manila agreed to rebuild trust last month, but this latest incident could overshadow those efforts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Authorities in Japan are warning people to prepare for an approaching powerful storm. Typhoon Shanshan is set to hit the country's main island from Wednesday and is expected to cause widespread travel disruptions. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
Shanshan will be the second powerful typhoon to hit Japan during the country's peak summer travel season, and it's expected to significantly disrupt the bullet train system. It's approaching Japan from the southeast at about 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles per hour. The country's weather agency is warning of lightning, tornadoes, strong gusts and hail in Japan's central and western areas. Shanshan follows Typhoon Ampul earlier this month, which disrupted bullet trains and saw 600 domestic and international flights cancelled.
U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says she's raised $540 million since announcing her run for president in November's election. Jagruti Dave has more.
According to a memo from Harris's campaign manager, $82 million of the $540 million raised so far came last week during the Democratic National Convention. Presidential campaign in this time span. Now, Harris and her Republican rival return to the campaign trail this week. The Democratic team are due to take a bus tour through Georgia. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is heading to the swing state of Michigan.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us on the greatest day of the week. Hello to Rick, Columbus, Ohio. Hope you had a good weekend there. On that second cup of Joe, is that right? Yes, indeed. Who else checks in? There's Truck and Phil. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Warm it up to 92 Fort Wayne, 92 Sterling Heights. As we get ready to do it again. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. Have a great week from Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Hello, CNI Dog.
Good morning. You were talking to Monkey Gouger about his refrigerator, how the grandson turned it all the way down. And when he said something popped or something in the refrigerator, that's when you dropped out. It was probably like 20 seconds.
Ah, really? Okay.
And then you had then you had another time before the commercial that it dropped out for a short time. I thought you just dumped him. You know, did a dump bump button on him?
No. That's he was talking about it was like, I think, a can of Pepsi, a can of Mountain Dew, a Dr. Pepper. The pop had all exploded.
Yeah, we didn't hear that part.
Okay, that's what it was.
Okay, next subject is Scarecrow. We have a Scarecrow Fest in St. Charles, Illinois, and I was wondering if you'd be willing for like 2 or 3 days, like if I could just hook them to a fence out in the in the events, because everybody makes scarecrows for the events, and he could do his impersonation of the Wizard of Oz.
Yes,
some people go this way, some people go that way. What do you think, huh?
Yeah, how can you speak if you don't have a brain?
Go ahead. Well, you said that, not me. Swedish Covenant Hospital. I used to deliver milk there back in the 90s. So I know what he's talking about. It is a big hospital. It's got a real steep driveway, too.
Mm-hmm.
And Ed was talking about the Loves, how trashy it gets. I'll have to agree with him, but there is a reason, I think, for that. You go to a lot of these truckers-only parking lots. There's a lot of them on the tollway, like the Turnpike, in Missouri, in Kansas, in Iowa, and a lot of those don't have facilities for drivers to use. So I think they adapt these behaviors of storing fluids in bottles or
right.
in bags, and they pick up these habits in other places and just find out it's a little bit faster to get it done that way than the other way. I think they should start putting we call them the blue room, a facility for people to use the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a better way of going about it. I'm going through a construction zone, so I'm not driving off the road. Just have to move over to the left a little bit. But another thing they should do is hire, like, the do man, the one that cleans up after the dogs. I think maybe if they start a thing where round up for the dog man so he can come and clean up the dog mess, and then hire outside contractors to clean up the loves, because my buddy says there's plenty of that stuff all over the place there. And that's all I have for you. I enjoyed the show. You be safe.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'm glad whatever the issue with the app was early on corrected itself. That's good. But air travel volumes this summer, I mentioned preparing for a busy, busy air travel weekend. Pack your patience for Labor Day, folks. They're saying this Labor Day will be the highest they've seen in the history of the agency. Passenger volumes this upcoming weekend expected to be 8.5% higher than last year, and has already screened 239.8 million people since Memorial Day weekend. That's an average of 2.7 million per day. People, these are flyers, folks. Top 10 busiest travel days in their history have all occurred this year since May of 2024. They reached a new milestone on July the 7th when transportation security officers screened more than 3 million people in a single day. People are traveling more than ever this summer, and the TSA, along with our airline and airport partners, stand ready to close the busiest summer travel period on record coming up Labor Day weekend. They said they are staffed to meet their wait time standards, which are 10 minutes and under in pre-check lanes, 30 minutes and under in standard screening lanes. With an increase in travel volumes, they are recommending airline passengers travel with ease by enrolling in the TSA Pre-Check Trusted Traveler Program. That's where you don't have to remove your shoes, your belts, 311 liquids, laptops, food items, and light jackets at the checkpoint. I didn't realize that even existed. TSA pre-check members are reminded to make sure their known traveler number, KTN, is in their airline reservation so it appears on their boarding pass. And a reminder, Real ID is going to be going into effect in less than 9 months. Starting May 7 of next year, airline passengers will need a Real ID compliant form of identification to fly. If your driver's license, for instance, is not a Real ID compliant, you must have another form of acceptable identification, like a U.S. passport. Real ID driver's licenses and identification cards have that small star in the upper right corner, indicating that license meets the regulations for the security standards, the Real ID. That's been rolled out over the last how many years? But so there you go. You won't be able to board the plane without a Real ID compliant identification. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, real quick, like you were talking about your son there, that I'm still recuperating from the dog bite there, and my dog gave me what's called the boxer's fracture. It's your small bones in your hands, and a big problem. But I'm having to keep it from getting stiff. They can't get the lymph from flowing through it on the lymphatic system, but those torn ACLs, they're pretty well known. I don't know, what all they're doing in the therapy afterwards, but I'll just mention that real quick because that's pretty common sports injury period. So, but this is just kind of a couple odd combination of things. But and again, talking about animals, I'll just get to that real quick. I heard Q-Ball talking about all these different diseases and stuff. The animal zoonotic diseases, those that go from animals to humans or vice versa, they've been around forever. It's just that humans are having more and more contact with animals, or we're invading the animal kingdom, I guess you could say. taking their habitat, so there's just more contact like that. But long before we had the highly pathogen avian flu, they had parrot fever, and with the cows you had milk fever, and there are several of those that goes on. And oddly enough, the doctor that discovered that women having trouble in childbirth, either dying or the child was born dead, he traced a lot of that back to milk fever and wrote a book about it. And in that, he included abortion, and they sent him to jail for writing about abortion. So that's just kind of a little side note there. But you can look, I think it was one of the New England states. But that's just, like I say, that's an interesting side note. And the deal with hybrid vehicles that I was going to mention real quick, because Q-Ball mentioned that, those hybrid vehicles, for some reason, they made the transmission also a generator in those. And I can't understand that, why they did that, because there has to be a much better design. Like whenever you have diesel engines, the water pumps and oil pumps, they run on off a gear and everything. And I don't know why that they didn't set those hybrid vehicles up to where the engine would be hooked up by a gear mechanism rather than a belt mechanism to a generator.
Mm-hmm.
And Cadillac, you remember the old Cadillacs that would run on like 4 cylinders or something?
Yes.
Anyway, you wouldn't have to run.
Your V8 would cut out down to a V4, a 4 or 6, right? Yeah.
Right. I mean, I know these automotive people, they have all this technology, but the engineers, I don't think they're allowed to actually design. They have to do all this socially acceptable stuff or whatever, and they're on this big kick about the lithium-ion batteries, and we gave China, which we weren't supposed to, but somebody did, the technology with vanadium, and vanadium won't catch on fire and everything else, and creates a superior battery. And I could probably go on half the night about all that stuff, but quite simply, I think that they should create a better task force or something, and just sit down or let the whole competitive system kick in. But somewhere they've got on this one particular thing. But we wouldn't have to rework our electrical system if they designed a correct hybrid. And I believe people would be more acceptable to a hybrid. But because you can run out of gas here and there or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
or sometimes just enough to get you just a little bit farther down the road. But whenever you're going through a city, your car's, an individual's car and everything, they're sitting there idling, spending a lot of time idling. Like I said, to run a generator, you wouldn't need like all the different cylinders. To run a generator, probably 1 or 2 would get the job done and keep your battery charged up. So anyway, that's just a little bit of my own brainstorming. But one thing I wanted to get to was the politics there, because you were, everybody's been talking about that waltz and everything, and something occurred to me there a few days ago, and it's like, okay, he said he was a retired command sergeant major. When you retire in the military, unless it's changed, you will get the highest. Your retirement pay will be based on the highest rank you ever attain. So I'm thinking, is he drawing command sergeant's pay? Because if he never was promoted to that rank, if he's drawing command sergeant's pay, that's going to be a violation. So, and the other thing is, he was talking about the he didn't want to go to war because of the politics. And
he wanted to run. He wanted to run for governor, right? I think that was governor. If memory serves.
Yeah, well, I think he tried Congress first, but either way, it's which was kind of a specious thing. But what I was thinking about was, I guess that was before they actually went to Iraq or Afghanistan, wherever he was going. And I'm still kind of curious. I'd like to know the background of all of his different decorations that he had, because if you can get the same decoration for being in support, for being in combat theater, or for actually being in combat, but there's different signals on it. Like, I believe the combat had like a C on it, and he was in artillery, so he wouldn't have got a combat implement badge. But there's a lot that he needs answered, and then he got confused between a test tube baby and anything outside of the body is called in vitro, and that's known as a test tube baby. And then if it's artificially inseminated, it's that's called in vivo. I don't know how he could have got the two mixed up, but I guess he did. And then if they was using a fertile sperm and a fertile egg from both of them, then there was another problem why they couldn't conceive, and I won't get into all of that. But there's a lot of question to be desired, and the reason that struck me as odd was he was talking about the pain of not having children or being childless, and I can understand that, but he's also running on the basis of having reproductive freedom and killing babies. So, it just looks to me like
kind of defies the logic, right? All right, Vic, I gotta get a quick chime out in here. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we've got our final week of August underway here, so just a few days left if you'd like to cash in on your Hot Shot Secret Turbo T-shirts. If you order online, any purchase of $150 or more gets a free Turbo T-shirt. Again, through August 31st. Let's see. Just started here, actually, in a couple days. This will be our upcoming O'Reilly Auto Parts special. Yeah, that'll be $8 off the Hot Shot Secret 64-ounce Stiction Eliminator. And 3 times your O'Reilly Award points. Starting August 28th through September the 24th. So that kicks off here in just a couple of days. And also wrapping up here in just a few short days, August 31st, Love's Travel Centers around the country. If you buy 2 32-ounce everyday diesel treatment, you'll get 800 My Love's Reward points. Increased diesel fuel lubricity, everyday diesel treatment. All right, some of the deals we have going on. I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to baseball, but here we are. We're soon to be rolling into the month of September, and it won't be long. We'll be talking. Everybody, of course, is hunting to still be playing come October. And I was looking through some of the better teams via the records, and as more often than not the case is, the Yankees having a good season, thanks to Aaron Judge, where they say yesterday Aaron Judge hit his 50th and 51st homers to lead the Yankees to a 10-3 victory over the visiting Rockies this past afternoon. That puts him on pace to have his best, to beat his American League record of 62 home runs set in 2022. This is his 3rd season of having reached the 50-homer plateau, making him just the 5th player in Major League Baseball history to accomplish that feat. He joins the like of Babe Ruth, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, and Alex Rodriguez. But remember all the controversy about Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, the whole performance-enhancing drug things. I presume they're still testing for that, right, Aaron Judge? Ruth, McGwire, and Sosa each had 50 homer seasons, while Rodriguez had 3. All right, Judge hit that milestone during their 131st game of the season when he hit 62 to break Roger Maris' single-season American League record. He had reached the number 50 in New York's 129th game. So, again, he's at 51. There you go. Hit that 51st homer in the 7th when he sent a first-pitch fastball from reliever Jeff Criswell into the right field seats. Won't be long. We'll be talking playoffs, of course, college football, the change of the season's all coming up. Hey, we'll have to close it out there here on a Monday morning. Thank you so much for spending some time with us live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day